Chapter 606. In the depths of the black forest, multicolored light seemed to gush out from the ground, dyeing the surrounding trees with a blurry luster. The branches, leaves all showed multicolored spots of light, and even the clouds in the sky were dyed with a bit of color. This place was as beautiful as a dream. Her line of sight turned a few times to look at the place where the light was shining, and she was surprised to find that it was a multicolored lake. However, calling it a lake was a little too big. This lake was surrounded by layers of trees, and it was less than 10 feet in diameter. A huge stone stood quietly in the middle of the lake. There was no source, and there was no place for circulation. It was like a pool of stagnant water. Even the trees growing on the shore had shed their black color and grown into a multicolored color. Found it. In the multicolored forest, a black figure slowly approached, shuttling between the thick trees. After a while, he jumped out of the forest. When he saw the multicolored lake, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and smile faintly. He lowered his head to look at the girl who was still in his arms and said softly, "Girl, we're here. Since you're awake, get up." "How did you know I was awake?" Xian, whose beautiful eyes were tightly closed, opened her eyes wide in astonishment. When she met the multicolored eyes, she tilted her head in confusion. Spiritual power is stable, and there are no fluctuations or stillness. How can I not see that? Do you think I'm stupid? Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and said, "We've arrived at the place that Elder Jinshin said. You go first. I'll check for you. Also, change your clothes while you're at it." When Xian heard this, she lowered her head to look at the somewhat tattered, purple clothes on her body. She couldn't help but blush. When she raised her head again, she saw that he was looking straight ahead. She couldn't help but giggle and jump out of his arms. She smiled slyly and said, "You're not allowed to peek." "Who would peek?" Yun Nuashing blushed and glared at her fiercely. However, his blushing face and pretending to be fierce looked a little funny. "Oh, right, bring this with you. Use it inside. It'll be more effective when used together." As soon as Xian turned around, he heard a voice behind him. He turned around and saw a blurry object flying toward him. He reached out and caught it. At the same time, he smelled a very tempting flower fragrance and seemed to see a divine moon in the sky. Lying in the palm of his hand was a soft blue and white flower made up of simple leaves. However, the flower at the top was a miniature qilin. There was also a crescent moon facing upwards. The alluring fragrance and rich spiritual energy made Xian feel a little light-headed just by taking a whiff. Her jade-like hand lightly touched the qilin and crescent moon above her head. She raised her head and asked Yun Nuashing, "This is?" "The moon of the qilin, a divine item among flowers. Consuming it will allow one to be reborn and absorb the light of the moon. It has a yin attribute and is more suitable for women. If a virgin consumes it, the full effects of the moon of the qilin will be unleashed." Yun Nuashing looked at the blue and white leaves. He thought for a moment and added, "Xianyin left it behind. I only discovered it not long ago. She placed more than 3,000 restrictions in these 2 rings. I can only remove them when I'm strong enough. Not long ago, when I came out of the ice fields, I accidentally saw this moon of the qilin and some other divine flowers." Xian blinked at the Maimao and lowered her head to caress the divine flower. There was a gentle look on her face. "Sister Xian Yin left it for you. Is it really okay for me to consume it?" "Yes, it's suitable for you. There are other divine herbs in the ring. Don't worry about it." Yun Nuashing nodded and sighed. He said faintly, "As far as I know, this flower isn't among the 360 divine treasures recorded on the Heaven and Earth treasure ranking. With its effects, it's definitely not impossible for it to be ranked. Could it be that not many people discovered it, so it wasn't listed on the ranking? Or is there another way to record the divine flower?" Xian said softly, "Oh, that's possible. Let's not think so much. Hurry up and go. Just drink it in one mouthful. Don't leave the leaves behind. Eat a fire essence fruit while you're at it. Yun Nuashing shook his head and looked at her with a smile. Yun Nuashing watched her walk into the colorful pond and was covered by the dense energy mist. Only then did he turn around. When he heard the sound of someone falling into the water, he let out a sigh of relief. The Rainbow Aurora Celestial Pond. Legend has it that the water in the pond was born under the influence of the starry sky. It can allow those who cultivate in the pond to be reborn. It has something to do with reincarnation and cultivation. However, only the first person who steps and has a small chance. If someone really succeeds in their reincarnation, the effects of the pond water will weaken a lot. Looking at the state of the pond water now, it seems to have that effect. Feng Er appeared at the side and looked at Yun Nuashing. Aya, you should have said so earlier. Then I would have. Yun Nuashing was stunned. Suddenly, he slapped his head and shook his head in annoyance. You're bullying Xian because she doesn't know about this. You gave the opportunity to her. If she knew about this pond water, she would have given it to you. Seeing his pretentious look, Feng Er couldn't help but roll her eyes at him and cut him off. Life is hard. Don't expose me. Yun Nuashing spread his hands. Seeing that she was still staring at him, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He flipped his right hand and took out a red object. Then he suddenly slapped it towards Feng Er's sexy red lips. Feng Er was startled by this swift action. Before she could react, Yun Nuashing's big hand, which was holding the red object, slapped her red lips. She only felt something cold and hot enter her mouth. Because she was frightened, she swallowed it without thinking. That red object melted like ice and turned into a huge stream of heat that quickly flowed through her body. Seeing Feng Er's slender neck move, Yun Nuashing smiled and let go of his hand. Feng Er also quickly coughed twice. Mei Mao looked at him innocently and said, Cough, cough. It's not the fire essence fruit. Xing Xing, what did you feed me? Immortal phoenix fruit. It's a divine item on the same level as the moon of Qilin. It can purify fire-related energy and even increase one's ability to control fire. However, one is a fruit while the other is a flower. All right, you can go in too. Here's a fire essence fruit. Eat one too. Yun Nuashing smiled and pushed her inside. When they walked, he stuffed another fruit into Feng Er's mouth. Before they walked into the energy mist, he saw her looking at him with hidden bitterness. Seeing that both of them had entered, Yun Nuashing shrugged his shoulders. His right hand gently stroked the ring on his left middle finger, and his consciousness seeped into it. After looking for a while, he could not help but be speechless. In this area where divine objects were placed, there were dozens of divine objects of this kind. Immortal herbs, immortal fruits, divine flowers, all of them emitted a strange energy. The rich fragrance that could not be dispersed entangled together, causing him to sneeze loudly. This is only the outermost area of the 3,000 layers of restrictions. However, the storage space in this ring is really big. I'm afraid it can hold a city. Yun Nuashing rubbed his nose. He didn't notice the restriction on this ring at first. Not long ago, when he was wandering inside the ring, he saw a piece of paper left at the edge. It was obviously Xian Yin's masterpiece. However, the 6 paths of reincarnation technique wasn't sealed in the restriction back then. Perhaps there are some dangerous items that can't be touched if one's level isn't high enough. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Xing Xing, come down. There's a stone in the pool that separates the left and the right. I've set up a barrier. Xian and I will be on the left. You go to the right. When Yun Nuashing's mind wandered inside the space in the ring, a soft voice echoed in his mind. He was stunned for a moment and withdrew his consciousness from the ring. After he recognized the voice and its contents, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He nodded casually and walked towards the thick mist. After entering the energy mist, he walked for a while and arrived at the shore of the pool. He could indeed see a huge stone that was a fuzhong wide. It took up more than half of the entire pool. On the left, there was a very obvious red, and pink energy barrier. It covered the situation inside and also blocked out the sound inside. However, when he saw two sets of familiar clothes hanging on the tree by the shore, Yun Nuashing's head exploded. His handsome face quickly turned red, and he couldn't help but curse. These two girls, they're cultivating, and they're taking off their clothes! Out of sight, out of mind. Everything is fine. Yun Nuashing quickly looked away and patted his chest. He muttered a few words, and then smiled bitterly and jumped into the celestial pool on the right. Splash! In an instant, the celestial pool soaked his clothes. The water in the celestial pool wasn't cold. It had a strange warmth. The surging energy made Yun Nuashing feel warm all over. It was as if he had jumped into a hot spring. It was indescribably comfortable. The water in the celestial pool entered his body through his pores and turned into a warm current that surged through his body. It merged into his limbs and bones. The energy in the celestial pool wasn't used to increase one's cultivation. Therefore, he didn't have too many concerns and allowed this warm energy to flow into his body. Suddenly, a colorful energy surged into his body and wrapped around him like a thin film. He was stunned. Before he could take a closer look at what this thin film was for, his soul was wrapped up by that thin film and then dragged out of his body. Yun Nuashing's expression changed drastically. He just floated quietly to the side and watched his soulless body lean against the huge rock. He was so scared that his handsome face turned pale. His brain was spinning rapidly as he thought about what to do. However, what happened next shocked him even more. His soulless body was suddenly submerged by the colorful water in the celestial pool. A huge ball of water lifted him out of the water and placed him on the shore. In the next moment, Yun Nuashing saw his body, his limbs, and his bones all burst apart in an instant and exploded into pieces. Even his spiritual body was shocked and unsettled. My body. What was going on? He had only heard of the 7-colored aurora celestial pond, which had the effect of being reborn. However, what was going on here? His soul had been directly ripped out, and his body had been shattered. This wasn't being reborn. This was destroying his body. Don't worry. Wait. You'll know in a while. Just as he was feeling anxious, Ziyeh's soft laughter rang out in his mind, startling him. He hurriedly took a deep breath and calmed himself down. You couldn't just watch him become a wandering ghost without a body. Although he was a little relieved, he still looked nervously at the body that had been blown to pieces. After all, that was his body, and it had been blown to pieces so abruptly. Following that, Yun Nuashing saw the various organs and bones in his body shattering inch by inch. It was as if he was walking towards destruction step by step. Even the top of his head had been blown off. He was so frightened that he hurriedly closed his eyes and turned his head. Fortunately, his soul had left his body. If he were to experience such changes in his body, he would probably faint from the pain. After 5 minutes, his body had completely shattered into pieces. Half of his golden red blood flowed to the side and was wrapped in the colorful liquid. Not a single drop fell to the ground. However, the ground beside him was filled with broken bones or bone powder. They had all been reduced to powder. However, his 20-feet-long hair was glowing faintly and didn't break apart. Then it was also wrapped in the celestial pool's liquid and thrown to the side. Obliterate the old body. Next, it's time to witness a miracle. As soon as Ziyeh's soft laughter fell, Yun Nuashing discovered that something was different. An extremely powerful vitality appeared, causing the trees on both sides to sway. The pile of golden red blood mixed with the celestial pool's water, as if it was being transformed by the celestial pool and replaced with new blood. An illusory body gradually appeared. Its organs, bones, and body were all being reconstructed. When Yun Nuashing wanted to personally witness the process of the body's reconstruction, a suction force sucked his soul over and threw him into the blurry figure. He could feel an itch all over his body, as if life was being reborn. After an unknown amount of time, Yun Nuashing suddenly opened his eyes. A huge beam of energy shot out from his eyes, creating a violent whistling sound in the air. He quickly lowered his head and stretched out his hands. When he saw that his body was complete, without any missing parts, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in the celestial pool. There was a handful of colorful hair lying quietly on the shore. The patterns on the body were still the same, without any changes. However, when he saw his own body, his expression became a little strange. But after a while, he relaxed. He was already used to it. So domineering. Fortunately, my soul left my body. If I personally experienced this rebirth, I'm afraid I would die from the pain. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. Then his expression slowly became conflicted. This didn't seem right. He didn't deliberately change his voice, but wasn't this voice Yusin's? No, it was softer and more tender than Yusin's. Yes, it was a girl's voice, sensing that something was wrong. Yun Nuashing swallowed with difficulty. The divine light mirror appeared in his hand and shone inside. A high decibel scream resounded through the entire forest. Chapter 607. No. Why? It can't be changed in this direction. Yun Nuashing's handsome face was pale as he screamed involuntarily. That sharp voice, that extremely high pitch, did not have any sense of heaviness, and did not deliberately change the tone of his voice. That voice was just like the voice of a young girl. A young face appeared in the divine light mirror. She had a delicate head and eyebrows, and her skin was smooth and creamy. She was exceedingly beautiful, and her big eyes were beautiful and moving. Her eyes flickered with the colors of the stars, and her colorful hair hung down her cheeks. That bright and flowing color, coupled with her moving face, instantly caused all the colors in the world to converge on her. However, this stunning little face had her mouth wide open in shock. She looked like she was in disbelief and despair. Yun Nuashing was on the verge of breaking down. Her initial appearance was already very similar to a girl's, and her current appearance was even more excessive. She looked like she was at most 13 or 14 years old. She was delicate, and her slender eyebrows were filled with spiritual energy. It was as if she was born from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Her eyes were as bright as the stars, and a slight glance was enough to make everyone fall in love with her. A glance could cause the downfall of a city, and a second glance could cause the downfall of a country. I don't need any rejuvenation. I'm already young enough. Yun Nuashing was so angry that he screamed. His voice was distorted and became extremely sharp. He suddenly threw the divine light mirror into the pool, causing a splash of water that was dozens of feet high. He sat there panting for breath for a while. He was a little absent-minded. He was so absent-minded that his mind was blank. He did not want to think about anything. After a while, when the pool water splashed down on his face, he slowly walked over and picked up the divine light mirror that he had thrown into the ground. He looked inside again. The snow flame facial skin has lost its effect. The patterns are exposed. Fortunately, the seal of primal chaos has disappeared. When he saw the colorful patterns on his face, Yun Nuashing felt that his world was about to collapse. His connection with the snow flame facial skin had been broken. Furthermore, when he took it out from the pendant and applied it to his face again, there was no new connection. This made him realize that the high-quality snow flame facial skin was no longer useful. Am I supposed to go out with this face? Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and looked back. The crimson-pink barrier was still there. Xian and Feng. I hadn't been alerted, even after such a big commotion. They might not be done yet. He knew that many people were looking for this kind of thing, especially those old monsters who were nearing the end of their lifespans. However, he was young and had no use for this kind of thing. If not for the fact that he could feel that his body had become stronger by more than one level, he would definitely have cursed it out loud. Do you think it's just a matter of being reborn, turning back your age and changing your appearance? Seeing him instantly relax, Ziyi couldn't help but sneer, causing him to be stunned. Could it be that there are other uses? Yun Nuashing asked in a daze. Her face twitched when she heard the girl's voice. Your life source has expanded by at least 3 times. In other words, your original lifespan has been extended by more than 3 times. Moreover, if you advance to the divine level in the future, this effect will continue. Ziyi said softly and then suddenly laughed out loud. Moreover, the energy of the 7-colored aurora celestial pond will continue to improve your body. In this case, if I tell you good news, it will continue to transform you into a girl. Just kill me. I don't want to live anymore. Yun Nuashing was so angry that tears streamed down her face. She was such a good young man, but she was forced to have a girl's face. I think it's quite beautiful. Whether it's brother Nuashing or sister Xan, they're all very beautiful. Lan Xan covered her mouth and chuckled. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing only felt that her life was meaningless when she looked at herself in the mirror for the 3rd time. She couldn't help but sigh. Even the original outline was almost invisible, leaving less than 10% of the original traces. Her cheeks were as exquisite as jade, white and smooth, making people want to caress them. They were so smooth that they could be used as a mirror. Especially those eyes, those beautiful eyes with the deepest colors of the star domain. But they didn't look deep at all. Even if she made a fierce expression, she looked watery, with a hint of slyness and eccentricity, just like when you was being naughty. I don't want to live anymore. There was another high-decibel explosion, along with a loud sound of falling into the water, splashing up a few 100 feet high. Yun Nuashing collapsed and sat on the shore, holding the divine mirror of light. She made a fierce expression, an arrogant expression, a murderous expression, an evil expression, and a deep expression, but in the end, she was acting cute and coquettish. Seeing this, she almost vomited blood. Damn it, she was too cute. After searching through the pile of broken bones for a while, he found the soul stabilizing bracelet and put it on. He looked back at his long hair and let out a long sigh. He put the soul-stabilizing bracelet on his long hair. His soft and smooth hair instantly shrank back to his thighs. He looked at himself in the mirror one last time and blinked his eyes. The watery eyes in the mirror also blinked back at him, as bright as the stars in the sky. F*CK, you beep! With a rumble, the celestial pond was lifted into the air for the 3rd time. It had to be said that her strength at this moment was indeed a lot stronger. Little star, what's wrong? An ethereal and pleasant voice came from not far away, causing her to tremble all over. She was finished. If Zian and the others saw her like this, they would laugh to death. He turned his head abruptly and saw 2 slender figures walking out from the side of the celestial pool. They were even using towels to continuously wipe their long and smooth hair that reached their thighs. When he looked closely, Yun Nuashing was also dumbfounded. Zian and Foam had also changed a lot. The 2 of them were already devastatingly beautiful, and now that they had been reborn in the celestial pond, they were even more charming. Their bodies exuded a holy aura, and their slender arms, which were not covered by their robes, were sparkling and translucent, as white and flawless as ice crystals. Her skin was as white as snow, her eyebrows were frowning, and her eyes were like ripples in the autumn water. Just a glance at them was enough to make her heart flutter. The change in the 2 women was more in their temperament. Their ethereal temperament and appearance made him feel a little moved. It's over, it's over. These 2 girls can't even hold back Little Star. In the future, they will be together for trillions or even hundreds of billions of years. It's only a matter of time before they fall for each other. Yi also saw the 2 through her gaze. Even she was moved, and even the self-proclaimed ice heart Yun Nuashing might not be able to hold back. Her mind was in turmoil for a while. When Zian and Foam walked in front of her, only then did Yun Nuashing feel that their auras had changed a lot. Zian had just become a rank 3 demon master, but now she already had the strength of a rank 3 demon master. Her strength had increased by 8 small realms, and Feng had rushed from the divine king realm to the divine emperor realm. The increase in strength was many times more terrifying than Xian's. The immortal phoenix fruit is related to the phoenix. Together with the fire essence fruit and the celestial pond, it's normal for one to jump a large realm from the initial god realm. Little Xian's condition is also normal. Z, you looked at the two in surprise for a while, then smiled. Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched for a while. She stared at the two girls without blinking. When they came closer, she was about to say something, but she heard Xian chuckling. Little girl, have you seen a person in black clothes with long, colorful hair? Her limpid eyes blinked. Yun Nuoxing looked at her in surprise, and she almost spat out blood. Z, in the spiritual world, was laughing so hard that he knocked on the table. Lan Xan also couldn't help but laugh. This girl had changed so much that even Xian couldn't recognize her. Seeing that the little girl's expression was not quite right, and her face was sometimes bright and sometimes dark, Ziyan also felt a little strange. He and Feng looked at each other for a while, then turned their heads and looked at this white-haired girl again. Suddenly, they recognized the mark on the right side of her face and the colorful long hair that seemed to be shining white, but was actually flowing with colors. They covered their little mouth in shock. Little star. Seeing the two girls' shocked expressions, Yun Nuoxing was even more speechless. She covered her face with her left hand and nodded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She said helplessly, Shuiyan's skin has no effect. My appearance can't change, but the seal has been washed away and is still in my skin. Hearing this soft and beautiful female voice, the surprise in Xian's and the others' eyes grew even more. They couldn't help but reach out to hold his face. Yan's limpid eyes stared at him without blinking. Suddenly, she smiled brightly, and even the 7-colored light on the side was dimmed. Little star, you've become a girl. Let's be a lesbian. Xian's words shocked Yun Nuoxing and Feng. Yi also fell to the ground in shock. He and Xana looked at each other for a while, and they couldn't help but smile bitterly. This girl really likes Yun Nuoxing no matter what she looks like. Are you kidding me? I'm still a guy. It's just that there's something wrong with my appearance. MMPH. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and shook his head, just as he was about to reach out and move away the 2 jade-like hands that were holding his face. He saw Xian's face suddenly come closer. Then his lips felt as if they had touched a soft jelly, which made him swallow back the words he had yet to say. Wow, Xian is so forward. Feng blushed upon seeing this extremely abrupt action. She hurriedly turned her head, but she still sneaked a peek at the scene. The celestial pond reflected the scene, and it looked as if 2 girls were kissing passionately. After a full 15 minutes, Yun Nuoxing was finally released. She hurriedly took a step back, and her face was so red that it looked like blood was going to drip from it. She looked at Xian with a pair of watery Maimao eyes, and her heart was very moved. Stop fooling around. Let me see the changes after you ate the celestial food. Yun Nuoxing looked at Ziyan with pleading eyes. Then he laughed bitterly. When he heard Ziyan's sweet voice, he lost his temper. Since he couldn't change it, he could only accept it silently after a thorough examination of Xian. Yun Nuoxing was surprised to find that other than the change in her appearance, her physical strength had also increased by an unknown amount. She was very tough, and her jade-like fingers were as white as jade. They were so slender that they seemed like they would break easily. However, according to his estimation, even if she did not use any strength, she could still shatter a magic weapon with just her physical strength. She could even deal with a person with the 6th or 7th seal of the magic rank effortlessly. Even her spiritual strength had become very powerful. As soon as his soul entered the celestial pond, he felt as if he had walked into a vast ocean. Furthermore, his 5 elements body had leveled up, and the meridians in his body had turned into 5 different colors, very similar to his golden meridians. The drawback of his 5 elements body lacking the power of origin seemed to have been eliminated, and he could cultivate normally now. However, he still needed to find the power of origin as soon as possible. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but praise Feng Er's changes. Her soul was enshrouded in a faint crimson light. Although she was a divine beast, her soul and spiritual strength were still very weak in the early stages. However, the immortal phoenix fruit had made up for this shortcoming, allowing her to use her spiritual strength better. Furthermore, she could use the true phoenix fire more easily now. The carriers have all turned into crystals. To Yun Nuashing's surprise, their energy carriers had all turned into crystalline objects with luster and were no longer black stones. Yes, according to Little Star's speculation, and with the help of the immortal item's energy, it wasn't easy to refine the carriers into crystals. All of a sudden, I feel that the capacity has increased by nearly 20 times. Xian and Mei Mao's eyes were also shining with excitement, and they couldn't stop laughing as they looked at Yun Nuashing. Really? It's actually true? I'm only speculating based on the information in the ancient books. I'm guessing that if you want to refine the carriers into crystals, you have to first shatter them, and then use the origin of elements and the will of elements to condense them into crystals. Yun Nuashing rubbed his cheeks. He only came up with this speculation based on the information in the ancient books, as well as the experience he gained from cultivating the glazed treasure mirror. Although he told Xian and the others about it, he didn't want them to try it. Shattering one's own energy carrier was almost equivalent to destroying one's own cultivation. Who would dare to try it so easily? Yes, but we also saw the effect of the celestial pool, so we tried it. It took a lot of energy to forcefully reverse the state of the soul leaving the body. Feng nodded lightly. When Yun Nuashing first told her about his speculation, she almost thought that he had gone crazy. Now that she saw that he had really succeeded, she was a little surprised by his thoughts. She didn't know what was in that little brain of his that he could think of such a crazy thing. The graceful and peerless goddess Yin. Xian couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched, and he slapped the celestial pool into the sky again. Chapter 608. After burning the broken bones and flesh of the 3 people on the shore, he put away the long hair that had fallen off and turned around. Seeing the young face reflected in the pool, Yun Nuashing's pretty face darkened slightly. Her 2 rows of white teeth creaked as she gritted her teeth. However, after a moment, she gave up and sighed. Heaven is about to give me a great responsibility. Sigh, I'm used to it. Now, there's nothing I can't get used to. Touching the beautiful face with beautiful patterns, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but bitterly laugh. Xian and Feng looked at each other and shrugged helplessly when they saw him looking at the pool with a conflicted expression on his face. They knew that he would be conflicted for a while in this kind of situation, so they didn't disturb him. They silently looked at his moving little face and smiled gently. Young Hall Master, it's about time to gather. This wisp of energy will guide you to the gathering point. If you've washed in the pool, come back quickly. If you haven't found it yet, give up first. I'll bring you there after you enter the Highlight Academy. Elder Jean Chen's words rang in her mind. Yun Nuashing, who was conflicted, was stunned for a moment. She was about to reply when she froze for a second. We've already washed, so we'll go back now. Also, Uncle Chin, just call me Little Star. Young Home Master sounds a little awkward. Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. She thought about it, but still couldn't change her voice back. Jean Chen was stunned for a moment when he heard the girl's voice. He looked at the jade slip in his hand with a strange expression and scratched his head. Is this the communication jade slip for young Hall Master? Why is it a girl's reply? It's also not Miss Xian's voice. However, after hearing Yun Nuashing's words, he didn't suspect anything, even though he was a little confused. He nodded and said, "All right, young hall master, you guys go to the gathering point first. There will be other teachers to lead you later." After he finished speaking, he quickly cut off the communication. Yun Nuashing was stunned and laughed bitterly. "Didn't I tell you to change the way you address me? Young hall master sounds a little awkward." "Forget it." After struggling for a while, Yun Nuashing sighed and turned around. Zian and Fenger were standing quietly behind him. Seeing him turn around, they chuckled. Zian chuckled and said, "Have you sorted out your emotions?" Yun Nuashing scratched her head helplessly and said, "Uncle Chin asked us to gather. Let's go back slowly. Isn't it supposed to be a month-long exam? There should be 10 days left until it ends." "Did something happen?" Zian asked in surprise. I don't know. Let's go." Yun Nuashing shook his head, turned around, and waved at the two of them. Then he slowly walked forward. As he walked, he felt a familiar warmth on his left hand. His right shoulder sank slightly. A small pink figure appeared and landed lightly on his shoulder. It even chirped at him. In the next few hours, Yun Nuashing, Zian, and Fenger strolled leisurely. Although they were just strolling, they flew a great distance with every step. With Yun Nuashing's control of space, she could shrink the ground into an inch. Moreover, they had gone deep into the forest and had already exceeded the expected area of the exam. Although the gathering place was in the center of the exam area, it wasn't too far for the three of them. At this time, 70 to 80% of the students were gathering there. The skyrocketing popularity could be felt from 1,000 miles away, so they weren't in a hurry to meet up. Although they were walking slowly in the sky, their speed was many times faster than the students who were riding the wind. They had surpassed countless teams of different sizes. Everyone was heading toward the gathering place that Jean Chin had mentioned. That was the last stop of the 2 academies assessment. It seems like there are more than 20,000 people. Yun Nuashing didn't count the number of people who had surpassed them along the way, but with a rough estimate, he felt that it was definitely more than the 20,000 people he had seen the other day. The assessment of the Far Light Academy and the Remote Ocean Academy will not be held in the same place. What young master saw that day was only a portion of the students gathered around Sunglow City. There are also students from other places rushing over. However, young master can rest assured that not all of them will gather in one place. The final assessment will be held in many different places. Overall, there are about 200,000 students in this batch. As for how many will remain, I'm not too sure. As for the academy, there are about 1 million students. There are also millions of students in the academy. Jean Chen's voice rang out in a timely manner, causing Yun Nuashing to almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Millions of people. These words caused Yun Nuashing's state of mind to be shaken. His spatial force and light element immediately went out of control, bringing the 3 of them along with him for an unknown distance. When he came back to his senses, he saw a place where people had gathered. The hubbub of voices was so noisy that Yun Nuashing and Zian hastily covered their ears. Fenger also hastily shrunk her body and rushed into Yun Nuashing's chest with a whoosh. She poked her head out and carefully looked at the sea of people below. This was a huge and spacious plain that had been split open among the mountains. Hundreds of mountains towered over this plain, and the sea of people spread out over the plain. In the distant mountain range, there was a steady stream of figures flying over with powerful energy. A group of people were riding the wind together, causing a storm to blow over. Even if the people gathered together didn't release their energy, the various kinds of energy that were unintentionally released intertwined and soared into the sky. The momentum caused Yun Nuashing, who was in the clouds, to be somewhat surprised. However, he was after all someone who had seen a truly grand scene. Even if tens of thousands of immortal and demonic realm experts gathered together, it still couldn't compare to the momentum of hundreds or thousands of God Emperor experts gathered together in the Taiyuan Grand Assembly. However, this is the place where young people gather. If I didn't have such a strange opportunity and bizarre background, Perhaps I would also be standing below right now, sighing at the number of experts here. In the eyes of immortal and demonic realm experts. Demonic and demonic realm experts are experts. Yun Nuashing looked at the geniuses and proud sons of heaven from all over the world and sighed. Thousands of thoughts and thousands of lives gathered here. Only the people who stood out here were the true proud sons of heaven. So many people. Zi Yan's beautiful eyes flickered with dazzling colors. In this place there are as many immortal steppe cultivators as there were sand in the ocean. Even devil steppe cultivators gathered in groups. Shall we go down? Ziyin turned to look at Yun Nuashing and asked softly. Yun Nuashing looked at the sky below, then looked at the crowd below. After muttering to himself for a while, he took out a black and gold half-mask and covered the right side of his face. Ziyin also understood when she saw this. She took the hat and covered her head, then tidied her clothes. Yun Nuashing held her hand tightly and took a deep breath. Light essence and spatial force flashed and disappeared, landing on the mountains below. Looking at the sparse figures in the surroundings, and seeing that no one seemed to have noticed them, they quickly rushed into the crowd. The two of them had just plunged into the crowd. Although there were many people in the surroundings, there wasn't a team of two people at all. They originally thought that the sudden appearance of two people in this sea of people wouldn't be noticed, but they didn't expect that dozens of gazes would notice them. Their gazes swept over the two of them, and there were even a few swallowing sounds. "Fairy, please wait a moment." Yun Nuashing pulled Ziyin to the edge of the crowd, but a voice suddenly sounded. At first, the two of them didn't pay attention to it until a few figures quickly blocked in front of them. Only then did the two of them react. Was this someone calling them? However, Yun Nuashing wasn't too surprised. Ziyin, this devastatingly beautiful goddess, was standing at the side. Even if she was wearing a hat, her beautiful appearance and outstanding temperament made it easy for people to find her in the crowd. But gradually, Yun Nuashing felt a little strange. After the few of them came over, they brought a group of people with them. Those people's gazes swept over him and Ziyin, making his hair stand on end. Could it be that the fairies were calling him? Fairies, could it be that you still haven't found a suitable force to join? How about joining our sect? With us here, you can enter the Far Light Academy with ease. Ziyin cautiously glanced at Yun Nuashing. She wanted to see the extent of his patience, but after just a glance, she sighed and shook her head. Because she saw him faintly smile, a very dangerous smile at this moment, there were quite a few gazes in the surroundings that turned over. They looked at the two weak people, and then looked at the people in front of them, and a look of interest flashed across their eyes. Moreover, there were actually some people who were trying to squeeze their way over. Yun Nuashing faintly sighed, then chuckled. Just as he was about to say something, he saw the crowd quickly parting. Then a youth with a gloomy face slowly walked over. Seeing this person, Yun Nuashing and Ziyin were startled. This person was that ice-cold, white-clothed youth they saw when they first arrived at the square. This person was also a demon-rank powerhouse and had reached the 9th seal. "What are you doing?" The white-clothed youth coldly glanced at the group of people in front of the sect. That faintly discernible valiant aura scared the surrounding people into taking a few steps back. Without giving the others time to react, the white-clothed youth looked at Yun Nuashing and Ziyin. His cold gaze froze for a moment. Then he said in a deep voice, "It's just the two of you. Go over." Hearing the same tone, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but roll his eyes. He really wanted to curse. "Who the hell are you?" But he thought that he should keep a low profile at this time, so he just rolled his eyes and led Ziyin in the direction that the white-clothed youth was pointing at with his chin. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. Seeing that the two of them had obediently walked into the group he was in charge of, the white-clothed young man turned his gaze and coldly glanced at the surrounding people. Then he coldly snorted, turned around, and slowly walked in the direction that the two of them had gone. As soon as this man, who was as cold as a spear, left, many people hurriedly heaved a sigh of relief. His aura was too cold, and his entire person was like a block of ice. This person is probably an old student. He's as cold as the North Ice Realm. Phew, the strength of the demon rank 9 seals. I wonder how many revolutions he has undergone. He's so cold even when facing 2 fairies. I'm afraid that even his heart has been frozen. Yun Nuashing didn't pay attention to the commotion after the 2 of them left. However, along the way, many gazes were directed at him, which made him a little mad. These gazes more or less contained a sense of amazement. It would be understandable if they were all looking at Zian, but at this time there were also many gazes sizing him up. He really wanted to gouge out those people's eyes and yell at them, "Can't you differentiate between genders?" After cursing in his heart, he scratched his head with a headache. He knew his own gender, but if others were to look at that face, let alone others, even he himself would think that he was a girl. He couldn't find any fault with that voice either. There will be 2 simple tests in a while. Quickly adjust your breathing. At this moment, the cold white-clothed man also walked to the side. His eyes were as cold as ice as he glared at the 2 of them. He spoke in an almost commanding tone, causing Yun Nuashing to lose his temper. Although he was a little unhappy in his heart, compared to those strange gazes, it was still a little better. Chapter 609. In this clearly divided central area, there were dozens of groups of people. They seemed to have come from the same place, or perhaps from the same power. Their strength was not weak, with a demon rank expert leading the group. The others were all at the upper 3rd layer of the immortal rank, as well as the half-demon rank. However, in this place where tens of thousands of students stood, demon rank experts were too common. Immortal rank experts were as common as the sand in the sea, and they were no different from ordinary people. Among these dozens of groups, there was a group that did not have the same symbol and seemed to not see eye to eye with anyone. This group only had about 1,000 people, and the one leading seemed to be the man in white with a cold expression. This group belongs to Instructor Jean Chin. As long as you pass the test, you will be able to enter Instructor Jean Chen's tutelage. That ice-cold fellow is called Guyu. He entered the Far Light Academy 5 years earlier than us. He's already a 9th seal devil rank expert. It's said that he's an extremely powerful fellow in the academy. The man standing in front of Yun Nuashing quietly turned to the side and said softly to the 2. Yun Nuashing raised her head. This was a very delicate and pretty man, with long hair on both sides of his temples. He had a gentle face, a high nose bridge, and a pair of warm eyes. If the man in white called Gu Yu was an iceberg, then this person was an evergreen mountain in a warm zone. He was like a cup of light tea, and after drinking it for an entire afternoon, it would leave a rich aftertaste and was very pleasing to the eye. My name is Zhong Songbai. How should I address the 2 of you? The man in green, who called himself Zhong Songbai, cupped his hands towards the 2, with a warm smile on his face, and asked softly. Yun Nuashing glanced at him. This person's face was very warm, and was quite lethal to girls who liked warm men. Her evil spirit, I did not see that he had other thoughts, as if he just wanted to get to know them. My surname is Yun, and this is my friend, Zian. Yun Nuashing said indifferently. Free gift. You are going around picking up girls again. We haven't even asked for the name of the fairy, and you are 1 step ahead of us, so unkind. As soon as Yun Nuashing finished speaking, a burst of laughter and banter came from the front. When they heard this, Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing were stunned. Their eyes narrowed slightly as they stared at Zhong Songbai. My name is Songbai, Zhong Songbai. I'm not giving it to you for free. The 2 ladies are like the flawless moon in the sky. How could an ordinary person like me be worthy of you? I just want to get to know the people in the same group. I have no other intentions. Zhong Songbai was not anxious or angry. He faintly sighed and shook his head. Haha, you can brag all you want. You've already asked all the girls in our team for their names. Why don't you ask those big, rough guys for their names. Lecherous is just one word, and I'll only say it once. The two ladies have to be careful of this beast in human clothing. The loud voice came from the front again. Then Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing saw a 2.5-meter tall giant brawny man. He was wearing a yellow cloak with his arms crossed as he walked towards them with a big laugh. He was like a walking mountain. His arms were as thick as Yun Nuashing's thighs, and his bulging muscles made the hearts of the people around them tremble. Meat Mountain, don't always tear down my stage. Everyone loves beauty, and I don't have any other thoughts. Zhong Songbai looked at the brawny man walking over and could not help but roll his eyes as he lightly snorted. My name is Chuan Jingshan. The brawny man, who was called a Meat Mountain by Zhong Songbai, laughed loudly. His laughter was like thunder reverberating in their ears. Like the former, the two of them had the strength of the third seal of the demon rank. They were very powerful in the freshman team. Pangolin, or should I call him a Meat Mountain, third seal of the demon rank. His physical strength is very strong. When he was reporting in, he sent a demigod instructor flying with a single punch. You can call him a mountain, or just call him a Meat Mountain. Zhong Songbai glanced at him indifferently and introduced him to Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing. Ha ha ha! Don't be afraid, ladies. If someone comes looking for trouble, just say my name. I'll stand up for you. Chuan Jingshan crossed his arms in front of his chest and laughed until the muscles all over his body were trembling. The blood vessels on the surface of his skin were like mountains and rivers running through a mountain range of muscles. He inexplicably felt that this name was very suitable. Yun Nuashing silently glanced at the two of them. This huge brawny man was standing together with a delicate and pretty man. The two of them seemed to be familiar with each other. The scene was a little strange. The test is actually quite simple. In the past, the last step of the Longguang Academy's enrollment would be a test. First, it would test your level and age. Those who can reach this point would basically not have any problems. Second, it would look at your activities in the forest during this period of time. As long as you kill a magical beast or demonic beast that is similar to your strength, it won't be a problem. Of course, there are also special circumstances. Also, if you obtain treasures that you don't need in the 100,000 mountains, such as beast souls, profound crystals, and so on, you can hand them over. The Longguang Academy will give you an equivalent amount of compensation. Zhong Songbai extended 2 fingers and softly explained to Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing. TSK, that's what they say, but every year, the Longguang Academy still eliminates a lot of people. Sometimes, even if you kill a demonic beast that is 2 realms higher than you, you still can't get in. I have a brother like that. Deshan and Chuan Jingshan sneered. The Longguang Academy has its own way of measuring people. We can't control this. There's also the third test, the divinity test. However, this test will not affect whether you can enter the academy or not. Zhong Songbai extended his 3rd finger and lightly said, Divinity? Hearing this, Xian couldn't help but blink and repeat doubtfully. It's a score. The higher the divinity, the easier it is for a person to advance to the beginner god rank or even the late god rank. The awakening of divinity is carried out at the demigod rank and is currently in a hidden state. However, regardless of whether it is awakened or not, the score will not be affected. As for how divinity is evaluated, I don't really remember. Yun Nuashing softly explained to her, but after speaking for a while, she frowned slightly and forgot what she meant. Divinity comes from the bloodline, spirit, soul, and elements. When a cultivator awakens divinity at the demigod rank, before advancing to the beginner god rank, they need to completely fuse their spirit, soul, and elemental energy with their elemental energy. After completing this, they can advance to the beginner god rank after fusing the 3 with their divinity at the demigod rank. At this moment, a young man with a tall and straight figure walked over slowly with his hands behind his back. His black clothes swayed, and there was a gentle smile on his handsome face. He was gentle, refined, and somewhat mysterious. "Old Lin, you love to talk about these things. Have you become stupid from reading too many books?" Seeing this elegant man strolling over, Deshawn also laughed a few times. Zhong Songbai also walked up and patted him on the shoulder. The three of them seemed to be acquaintances. That elegant man laughed and punched their chests. Then he looked at Yun Nuoxing and Chuan Jingshan. He placed his right hand on his left chest and smiled in a very gentlemanly manner. "I'm Lin Xan. He's a bookworm." Deshawn added from the side. "When he's calm, he's a nerd. When he's crazy, he can fight better than anyone." Zhong Songbai said indifferently. Lin Xian only laughed at the words of his two old friends. It could be considered as a tacit agreement. Yun Nuoxing nodded slightly in response. Then she thought for a while and suddenly smiled faintly. She put a finger on her lips and said, "We came out behind the backs of the elders at home. Our names." When Zian heard him say this, Mei Mao blinked. She quickly covered his mouth with her jade-like hand and said nervously, "Little star, you can't say it. We'll be caught." "I understand. I understand. I understand." When Deshawn saw the two of them, he immediately understood. He quickly reached out his cushion-sized palm to block the two of them. He sighed bitterly and said, "Every family has its own difficulties. The two of you must have come here to avoid your family's trifling matters. I understand." He pinched the black gold half mask lightly and turned to look at Zian. He realized that this girl was winking slyly at him. Mei Mao couldn't help but laugh. This girl really knew what he meant. "Also, I'm a man." Yun Nuoxing said indifferently again, "Huh." Zhong Songbai and the other two suddenly widened their eyes. They stared at Yun Nuoxing in disbelief. This is a man? But this girl's face, this jade-like skin, this girl's voice and no Adam's apple. Is she a man? Isn't she a woman dressed as a man? Could it be that such a beautiful person must be a man? But after taking a closer look, they seemed to understand why that place was so flat. God! Zhong Songbai's face flushed red. His eyes were about to pop out. He recalled how he kept calling a boy a fairy. Now he felt like his head was about to explode. At the front of the group, there was a sudden and violent explosion of energy. But rather than saying that it was a sudden explosion, there were actually two waves of energy colliding at the front. It seemed like someone was fighting, but with the sea of people, high platforms, and buildings in between, he couldn't see clearly what was actually happening. Seeing that Yun Nuoxing looked over with interest, Zhong Songbai smiled faintly. Although his smile was a little unnatural, he said, "There are two groups of people fighting in front. One group is led by a kid in his 20s who is at the 9th level of the immortal realm. The other group is led by a little girl who is younger than him, but already has the strength of a half-demon. The other group is led by a few half-demon experts from a small force in a nearby city." That kid from the 9th level of the immortal realm won. He seems to be very talented. Yun Nuoxing glanced over and saw the situation clearly. She didn't feel much emotion. It was normal to fight against someone of a higher level. He won? It's also within the acceptable range. Zhong Songbai was startled. Then he nodded. He wasn't surprised at all. Haha, that pretty boy isn't bad. It's just that he's too thin and weak. It would be better if he could train his muscles. Big Mountain laughed loudly. His laughter shook the ground. No matter who started a fight between students or how it ended, the loser will lose the right to enter the academy. Lin Xian stroked his long, slender hair and smiled faintly. He looked at Yun Nuoxing strangely. He still doubted whether this guy was a man or a woman. Seeing his strange gaze, Yun Nuoxing also understood what he was thinking. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. "There's no need to look. I'm a man. As for why I look like this, it's hard to explain." Just as they were talking, the battle in front of them ended. A golden light shot up into the sky and tore the clouds apart. The turbulent energy caused the air to distort slightly. 1, Just as the beam of light shot into the clouds, everyone saw that the ground in this area suddenly lit up with golden energy patterns. They could faintly feel that the elemental arrangement in the world had become a little more chaotic. Everyone's gaze was focused on the ground. Uneasiness, calmness, doubt, and other emotions intertwined together. It's coming, it's coming. The final test and divinity test. Big Mountain looked at the golden patterns on the ground and seemed to understand something. He couldn't help but laugh loudly. Clearly, he was mentally prepared. Under the gazes of countless people, the golden energy patterns finally turned into a huge golden array that covered the entire plain. Golden light filled the air, but there was no reaction. It only made people feel warm. It wrapped around their bodies, but they couldn't touch it. The gates of the Far Light Academy have opened. Those who don't meet the standards will be sent back to Sunrise City. During the process of teleportation, you will undergo a divinity test. Please try to empty your mind and body as much as possible. Do not resist. As the golden array appeared, an aged, hoarse voice slowly descended from the sky. It was as if a god was staring at everyone. This voice instantly silenced the noisy area. Countless people's eyes turned red from excitement. Although they didn't know what the standards were, they were all confident that they could enter the Farlight Academy. Everyone was very excited, but they didn't make any loud shouts. They all heard the aged voice and took deep breaths, slowly emptying their minds and bodies. Yun Nuashing and Zian looked at each other. The two of them held each other's hands tightly. They took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Then they closed their eyes and emptied their minds. They didn't want to think about anything. Everyone else did the same. After a minute or two, as if sensing that everyone had quietened down, the golden array on the ground began to emit some golden particles. When these golden particles covered the entire area, everyone felt as if something was scanning their bodies. Clearly, this was an examination. However, no one paid any attention to it, as if they had truly emptied their minds. After that, a portion of the people silently disappeared without a trace. Only a few people who had opened their eyes saw it. It seemed that those who had disappeared had lost the opportunity to enter the Farlight Academy and had been eliminated. When the number of people in the area stabilized, some sharp-eyed people discovered that 40% of the people had disappeared. However, the number of people on the plain was still in the tens of thousands. There were also some who opened their eyes and took a peek. When they discovered that they were still in the golden array, they couldn't help but pat their chests and let out a sigh of relief. When the elimination ended, the golden particles slightly rotated, forming a whirlpool that revolved around everyone. The majority of people noticed the change in the golden particles, but they didn't notice anything different. Thus, they didn't pay any attention to it. As for those who knew, they knew that this was the divinity test. Chapter 610. On the plain square, the golden particles formed a small storm. Countless golden particles spun rapidly, entering and exiting the bodies of the people present. However, no one felt any discomfort. The people who stayed behind rejoiced when they saw the people who had been laughing and chatting around them disappear. They were eliminated. Then they closed their eyes and accepted the divinity test. Those who suddenly heard the noise around them opened their eyes in a daze. When they saw themselves on the square of Xiaoguang City, they were stunned for a long time. They stood there like pillars for who knew how long. When they looked at the people around them, they felt that they were mocking them. Finally, they couldn't bear the pressure in their hearts and ran away. At this moment, light gathered in the void. An old figure stared at the bodies of the students in the golden array on the plain square below. In the eyes of the latter and the others, they could only see the golden particles spinning around them. However, in the eyes of the old man, he could see golden pillars of light rising from the center of the spinning golden particles. Those pillars of light were exactly the same. They were about 30 meters tall, and at the top there were golden numbers. "Old man, we've already finished on our side. Why have you only just started?" In the pitch-black void, a faint laughter sounded. The old man raised his head and looked at the pitch-black void behind him. There, 3 people were walking over together and looking at him with smiles on their faces. Soon, soon. There's no rush. The old man smiled faintly. His smile squeezed the wrinkles and facial features of his face together. Hey, I've found a few pretty good kids. The other 2 also have some good seedlings. They've already been sent to the academy. They're just waiting for you. A middle-aged man crossed his arms and smiled. How's the divinity test? The old man wasn't in a hurry and asked slowly. Oh, of course. There aren't any that have reached 120. There aren't any that have reached 100 either. There are 3 divinities between 90 and 100. Then, if we remove the divinities between 0 and 60, there are more than 10,000 divinities between 60 and 90. There are also a few hundred people between 80 and 90. The quality of this batch of students is not bad. Those 3 little guys with divinities over 90 will definitely become gods in the future. The worst one will be able to enter the emperor of the underworld. I guarantee it. Another person who looked very young said in detail, There are 3 between 90 and 100. The old man chuckled as he stroked his beard and nodded. Then he turned his gaze downwards and said, Let's see what happens here. Hey, I found one. 98. My goodness, this must be the guy with the highest divinity in this batch. The middle-aged man suddenly became excited as if he had seen a treasure. He pointed at the front of the line. When the other 3 heard this, they slowly turned their gazes over and fixed their gazes on a young man who looked no more than 20 years old. The old man chuckled and said, This little guy just defeated a half-demon, rank 9 transformation with Xianzhou strength. It's not surprising that he has 98 divinities. Look, the girl next to him is also 96 years old. Hiss! The 3 we saw were between 90 and 95. 95 is a threshold. There are very few people whose divinities reach 95. The middle-aged man took a breath of cold air. Ha! Do you remember that 2 years ago we took in a batch of students? Most of them were around 20 years old. Their strength wasn't very high, but their divinities were above 80 on average. There were also 2 little guys who reached 94. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. Those little guys are still cultivating in the academy, but they have already reached the demon rank. The young man nodded and said, Okay, it's about time. Send them in. There are also 2 divinities above 95 here. This way, there will be 5 freshmen with divinities above 90. The old man understood and waved his right hand. The huge golden array immediately began to rotate. Waves of spatial fluctuations were transmitted, and the people in the square began to be transported from outside to inside. Just as everyone was about to be transported away, the old man's eyes widened, and the middle-aged man let out a cry of surprise. Looking at his expression, he was even shocked. He pointed below and said in shock, More than 100. I saw 3 digits. Stop. However, as soon as he called out, the square on the plain immediately vanished. Not a single person remained. There was only a golden formation that slowly revolved. You said 3 digits? Above 100? Are you sure? The young man took 2 steps forward. His eyebrows were tightly knitted together. He looked at the old man and the middle-aged man and said in a deep voice, Although this old man has lived for a long time, I'm not so old that I'm dizzy. I'm sure I saw 3 digits. The middle-aged man nodded fiercely. No, you missed it. There are 2. There are 2 students who have divinities above 100. Just as he finished speaking, the old man sighed again, then shook his head. Hearing this, the other 2 people's expressions became serious. If there really was a number of 100, then this matter was a little big, and they had to tell the dean. Let's go and report. Old Lin, you continue. If possible, find out who those 2 people are. The middle-aged man muttered to himself for a while. He looked at the other 2 and nodded. Then, with a flash, the 3 of them disappeared into the void. The old man called Old Lin sighed faintly. His body flashed, and he also disappeared from the dark place. No one else knew what they were talking about. When Yun Nuashing and the others were transported away by the golden array, their tightly shut eyes slowly opened. When they came back to their senses, they were already in a vast hall. When they looked ahead, they couldn't see the end of the hall. However, when they looked at the entrance behind them, they could see a blue sky and lazy white clouds. They were no longer in the plains between the mountains. Where is this? Countless people looked around in confusion. Was this where the Long Light Academy was located? Or was it the entrance? Hee, little fellows, congratulations on passing the Long Light Academy's test. Just as everyone was looking around in confusion, an old figure suddenly appeared in the air of the hall. It was as if he walked out from the void. This voice was not unfamiliar to everyone. It was already the second time they heard it. When they were at the plaza, it seemed to be this old man who was speaking. Above, divine underworld. This aura strength, it's probably underworld king god? Or heavenly god. Yun Nuashing raised his head and stared at the white-haired old man. His evil spirit I naturally revolved. But he couldn't see through the old man's strength. He could only feel a strong pressure from the old man. However, this pressure was far from a God Emperor expert. However, his evil spirit I couldn't see through the old man's strength. This old man's name is Lin Yao. I'm an elder of the Long Light Academy. At the same time, I'm also responsible for bringing you guys into the Long Light Academy. In the air, the old man chuckled as he looked at the sea of people below. His old eyes were filled with a trace of light. On the faces of the youths, there was a trace of anticipation and excitement. No matter how outstanding someone was, they would be drowned by the sea of people. But to find two people in the sea of people was extremely difficult. To be able to reach here, it's your ability. It's also your first step to success. It's also a turning point in your life. As for how much of a turning point there is, it'll depend on your own efforts. Elder Lin faintly smiled. Shortly after, he waved his hand and a ball of light appeared before him. The ball of light split into tens of thousands of pieces and landed in the palms of every student below. As the light dissipated, a golden token that looked like a shield appeared in everyone's hands. In the middle of the token, there was the word Long Light written in black. On the back, there was a huge number 0. 0. What's that? The token of the Long Light Academy? A symbol of identity? When everyone received the token, they were a little puzzled. Whispers rang out from every corner of the academy. The value on the token is the energy value. You can understand it as the amount of resources of the Long Light Academy that you possess. It replaces the currency of the outside world. Gold coins are not circulated in the Long Light Academy. In the academy, only the value on the token that you possess is the wealth that you possess. In the Long Light Academy, you can use these values to exchange for anything that you want. Profound arts, Heart Sutra, profound skills, weapons, array diagrams, medicine recipes, and materials. These are basically unique to the Long Light Academy. Wow! When the old man's voice rang out, there was an uproar. Many people looked at the token, and their imaginations started to run wild. Wow! Isn't this just changing the currency and not being able to use money? Isn't this turning me from a tall, rich, and handsome man into a tall, poor, and handsome man? Yun Nuashing, on the other hand, stared blankly at the token in his hand. Wasn't this sealing up his countless assets with one strike? Little star, you still have other materials. For example, mysterious crystals. These things are very popular among the strong. High-grade, mysterious crystals are priceless outside. They are even more precious in the academy. The academy will definitely exchange resources for them, Xian reminded with a light smile. When Yun Nuashing heard this, she reacted and asked doubtfully, "Oh, that's right. Why is it 0? When we leave this place later, it will be distributed according to our strength and the test in the mountains." "Oh, There are quite a lot of energy values for magic rank and above. The price of the items required for magic rank is also not cheap. Furthermore, if the items obtained in the mountains are very precious, you will be able to obtain a high amount of energy value as compensation, Zhong Sanbai said. The old man looked at the extremely excited students below and smiled slightly. His wide and long sleeves waved gently in the air, and a 10,000 feet large golden door suddenly appeared in the originally endless large hall. The two doors had already been opened, and in the middle was a golden swirl. That place was connected to the Highlight Academy. Longguang Academy welcomes everyone. When you enter the portal later, please don't crowd. At this moment, all the students were looking at the opened golden door with fervent gazes. Yun Nuoxing also took a deep breath. The trial of light seemed to be not far away from him. After the elder spoke, countless students cried out loudly and charged towards the large golden door. The chaotic scene caused the elder to feel somewhat helpless. A glint flashed across his aged eyes as he stared intently at the large door. The instant those students charged through the door, charged into the vortex, a golden light pillar would appear in his eyes. However, no one discovered it. "All right, let me see which two little fellows it is." He narrowed his eyes and looked at the students who were excitedly rushing through the golden door. He didn't dare to slack off in the slightest, and didn't even dare to blink his eyes. When most of the people in the hall had left, Yun Nuoxing also let out a soft cry. Big Mountain and the rest also laughed loudly as they followed him and Ziyin and ran toward the golden door. The old man felt that the number of people in the hall was decreasing. There was less than a tenth of them left. However, he still didn't see the two people with three-digit divinities. The two little fellows in their 90s had already entered. He couldn't help but feel somewhat depressed. Could it be that his eyesight was really wrong? However, he wasn't the only one who saw it. Just as he sighed and helplessly rubbed his eyes, a few resplendent pillars of light bloomed. The numbers that jumped out side by side caused him to suddenly widen his eyes. This time, he definitely didn't see wrongly. In that instant, he suddenly lowered his head. However, he could only see a few blurry figures. They had already been swallowed by the golden vortex. However, he still managed to capture some characteristics. The two people seemed to want to cover themselves. However, this method of doing so stood out in this place where everyone was dressed the same, hat and mask. The old man scratched his head and heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, the golden door had also dimmed slightly. Maintaining it for a long time had also taken a toll on him. However, fortunately he had finally found them. Chapter 611. The divine world was incomparably vast, and there were countless races living in great numbers. There were also innumerable great forces, and the number of academies were as many as the stars in the sky. Other than the most famous Red Star Academy in the entire divine world, there were also many other well-known academies. If there was an academy that was worthy of being mentioned in the entire divine world, that region would become famous because of it. Among those many brilliant stars, when mentioning Taiyuan region, other than the Red Star Academy, many people would easily associate it with the Far Light Academy. This was one of the elemental academies that was quite famous even in the divine world. Other than having an element in its name, it was more or less related to the 9 shrines that stood in the clouds. Countless geniuses gathered in these academies, releasing their talents that could not be concealed. It was said that the most accomplished ones would be sent to the 9 shrines. The realm of the gods was so vast that even the gods couldn't easily explore it. The living beings in the realm of the gods had innumerable forces. However, regardless of whether it was the human race, the demon race, or the Yao race, they would all send their people to the great academies to study and carefully conceal their identities. From this, one could see the unique status of the great academies. And everyone knew that the forces of an academy were divided into 2 sides, the light side and the dark side. The light side was what it looked like on the surface, and the dark side was the vast and seemingly endless interpersonal relationships. For countless years, it was unknown how many experts came from these academies. Although they had left for many years, they still had an inseparable connection with these academies. Perhaps many of them would never return, but this hidden force would not change. This point, even the Far Light Academy was no exception, and when this academy was related to a supreme force in the divine world, this academy's reputation was even greater, and it was difficult for people to not know about it. This was also the source of the Far Light Academy's confidence. It might not be comparable to the Red Star Academy, but the connections and background it had were not much weaker than the Red Star Academy. However, the premise of this was that no one knew that there were several gods in the Red Star Academy. If this news were to spread, not to mention the reputation of the academy and how the students would react, there would be a bunch of high-level gods who would pay a visit to the academy, do everything they could, and then kneel down and beg to be a teacher. When Yun Nuashing and the others came out of the portal with a slight sense of dizziness, they hurriedly helped the people beside them to stand firm. Yun Nuashing, however, turned around abruptly, only to see the students coming out of the portal. She raised her eyes slightly and could see a vast and endless sky. "What's wrong?" Xian, who was at the side, shook his slightly dizzy head, calmed down, and saw the puzzled and dignified face, could not help but ask, "Nothing. When we entered the portal, I felt like I was being probed. Maybe it was an illusion." Yun Nuashing shook her head with a smile. She turned her head, looked at the scorching sun in the sky, and squinted her eyes slightly. She only took a glance, then lowered her head. After looking around for a while, she saw a majestic scene. They appeared on a high platform that was almost 10,000 feet tall. Standing at the edge of the platform, they could see the stairs below, as well as the vague traces of Xiaoguang City. However, in front of them, there was a vast mountain range with no end in sight. In the mountain forest, there were countless huge palaces hidden. The crisscrossing mountain range was currently high in the sky, and they could see the starlight falling like a silver waterfall, adorning the lush mountain forest. Xiaoguang City's Far Light Academy is just the entrance. Climb up from there, pass through the portal, and enter the real Far Light Academy. It's hidden in the mountains. Yun Nuashing instantly saw the gap in space, but the two places were seamlessly connected. If one did not have the evil spirit eye to observe, it would be useless no matter how carefully one looked. It would cause one to mistakenly think that the academy was just outside Xiaoguang City. The scene in front of them was like layers of waves crashing into the eyes of the new students. Countless excited shouts rang out from the 10,000 feet tall stone platform. In the vast academy, figures flew past, and the mountain forest was filled with the aura of energy clashing. Moreover, there was a volcano in the distance. It was rich in fire element and was very suitable for people who could control fire element to cultivate. Wow, how grand and primitive. I like it. Mountain also saw the volcano and could not help but laugh. This Far Light Academy was not small. Cultivating in such a primitive environment was very beneficial for people who could control various elements. And in this 100,000 mountain range, there was an extremely huge mountain peak. The shape of the mountain peak was very strange, like a huge sword that was 1,000,000 zhang tall that was stationed on the ground. If it were not for the green grass and yellow sand, perhaps anyone would have mistaken it for a huge sword. On the wide sword hilt of the giant sword mountain, there were many figures standing on the left and right sword hilts. Although they were just standing there quietly, they gave off a very strange and elegant feeling. If one looked carefully, they could even see the names of the people standing on top of these figures. This is the Far Light Academy's combat strength ranking. It lists the top 1,000 students. The ones on the left are Immortal Step, and the ones on the right are Half Demon Step and Demon Step. The closer to the middle, the higher the ranking. A cold and indifferent voice sounded from the side. Yun Nuashing turned his head, only to see Guyu slowly walking towards them. He lifted his head to look at the enormous Sword Mountain Peak, as a trace of melancholy was present in his icy, cold voice. Yun Nuashing's heart skipped a beat. She looked at the right side of the huge sword, and after a while, she saw a cold silhouette. It was none other than Guyu. His position was actually ranked number 14 on the Devil's Step Combat Strength ranking. Ninth seal of the Devil's Step. His strength is at the peak of the Devil's Step, but he's only number 14? Seeing that silhouette, Yun Nuashing glanced at the melancholy Guyu beside her as she mumbled in her heart. What's the difference between being on the rankings and not being on the rankings? Yun Nuashing asked. Only those in the top 100 will be different. Those in the top 100 will receive the Academy's rewards according to their rankings. Energy value. As for those on the Immortal Step, once they break through the Immortal Step, their names will be removed from the Immortal Step. Gu Yu coldly replied. The changes in the rankings of the Devil's Step Combat Strength rankings attract the most attention, especially the changes in the top 30. From the top 30 onwards, for every difference in rank, the energy value rewards would be many times greater. Hence, the changes in the rankings are the most intense. However, the rankings between the 30th and 50th places are all fixed. Yun Nuashing could sense that when he spoke, he was sighing. Given that he was ranked number 14 on the Devil rankings, he was still sighing. She wondered if something had happened to him in the past. Number 10 on the Devil rankings, Zhong Songling. Songbai, your elder sister, actually managed to enter the top 10. Haha. In the future, we will be hugging your thighs. Mountain stared at the names on the Devil rankings as he mumbled. After that, he suddenly laughed uproariously. When Yun Nuashing heard this, she hurriedly turned her gaze over. When she reached the 10th position, she saw the silhouette of a female with magnificence through the generations. Upon closer inspection, her features were somewhat similar to Zhong Songbai's. Zhong Songbai glanced at her and glanced at the Devil rankings. After that, she calmly spoke. Isn't Old Lin's elder brother also ranked number 7 on the Devil rankings? Mountain, your elder brother is also ranked number 8. You still want to rely on me? Why don't you go and look for your elder brother? Upon hearing this, the expressions of Lin Xin and Mountain froze. After that, they dryly laughed and rubbed their cheeks in an unnatural manner. Mountain bitterly smiled. My elder brother said, if there's nothing important, don't look for him. Let us fight on our own. MHM, my elder brother, is about the same. Bai Songbai, your elder sister, is so good to you. She wouldn't abandon you alone. Lin Xin let out a long sigh. He patted Zhong Songbai's shoulder as he calmly spoke. I'm afraid if I say it out loud, my elder sister will give me a slap. Zhong Songbai's face twitched unnaturally as she calmly spoke. When Guyu heard the conversation between the three of them, he couldn't help but turn his gaze over, carefully observing the three of them. He started for a moment, truly feeling that they were somewhat similar to those 3 old rivals of his. However, he didn't say anything. His expression was still as cold as ever. When Yun Nuashing heard the conversation between the 3 of them, she had some guesses in her heart. These 3 might be childhood friends, or maybe their entire family knew each other. Who's number 1? The others, who were also looking at the gigantic Sword Mountain, hurriedly shifted their gazes to the leftmost position on the Devil rankings, staring at that figure. Over there, a name exuded a stifling feeling, as though it could blot out the sky and cover the earth. Number 1 on the Devil rankings, Xue Lingfeng. That figure exuded a sense of aloofness, but upon closer inspection, one would feel that he was very calm. But no matter how one looked at him, they would all feel as though there was a mountain pressing down on them. They had just entered, but that person was already standing at the peak. Yun Nuashing's gaze slowly swept across the figures one by one. Then his eyelids drooped, and he didn't have much interest. Unlike other people who would feel their blood boil when they saw those names and images, treating them as targets, he didn't feel any impact at all. He even felt a little helpless. Are you tired? Sensing that Qin Wentian's mood was somewhat low, Xian gently held his hand as she asked in a gentle voice. Nope, when I saw those names I felt somewhat moved. Yun Nuashing shook his head. After thinking for a while, he still didn't say anything, feeling somewhat disappointed. Upon hearing that, Xian's heart pounded. Mei Mao felt some heartache as she looked at him. She had seen his myriad of emotions before. Even when facing deity-level experts, he wouldn't fear them at all. Even when facing God Emperors, he would be able to cause them to fail miserably. The power he controlled was so powerful that all his enemies feared him. However, it was as though the heavens were playing a joke on him. After grasping such power, his soul unknowingly became tainted with devil chi. In order to prevent himself from losing control, he used the divine physique to suppress his own cultivation. If one were to think about the worst, he might never be able to break through the devil realm and step into the demigod realm. Who could understand the bitterness here? If he wanted to, he would be able to step into the demigod realm in half a year in the great mountain monarch star region. When she thought of this, Xian felt her heart throbbing with pain. She couldn't help but tighten her grip on Qin Wentian's hand. It's fine. If you can't cultivate, then so be it. This is also very good. As long as the divine physique doesn't reach the initial god realm, those who covet it won't make a move. Yun Nuashing seemed to have sensed her emotions. He also tightened his grip on her hand, interlocking their fingers as he transmitted his voice. That indifferent tone of his caused Xian to feel even more heartache in her heart. On the towering stone platform, tens of thousands of freshmen stared at the name at the top of the devil rankings, feeling a sense of pressure. Some people even felt their breathing quickening. Even for those freshmen who were stronger and considered themselves geniuses, they felt a trace of longing and fear in their hearts. Qin Wentian was an expert who stood at the peak of the Far Light Academy. 2 years ago, I met him once. 2 years ago, he was already the strongest student. Even now, he is still the strongest. At that time, he accepted a mission that required the assistance of many people. There was a power that hunted down students from 2 different academies in the mountains. The strongest expert of that power was someone who just broke through to the initial god realm. There were also many demigods and peak devil ranked experts. However, he single-handedly annihilated the entire power. Gu Yu let out a long sigh as a complicated look appeared in his eyes. That time, that day, the setting sun was as red as blood. A young man whose entire body was dyed red with blood dragged a godchild expert with a spear, leaving a trail of blood behind him as he walked into the Far Light Academy, shocking the entire academy. This also caused Gu Yu, who was ranked number 14 on the devil rankings, to feel a terrifying pressure. He is a freak, a monster among freaks. Freshman, the current him isn't someone you guys can look up to. After Gu Yu finished her calling, he let out a long sigh. He turned and coldly spoke to the silent freshman. The path has to be walked one step at a time. The current you guys are ranked on the right side of the gigantic sword. To you guys, it's still too early. 2 years, 3 years, and you guys will have the qualifications to ascend to the top of the devil rankings. Half a month later, there will be a grand event for the freshmen. That's a test, and even the older students will come to spectate. All the freshmen will be able to display their abilities there. But from now onwards, from the moment you guys entered the Far Light Academy, you are all true students. It's best if you toss aside the nonsense about the powers behind you. In this place, strength speaks louder than words. Only by displaying your abilities will you be able to obtain the respect of others. Gu Yu coldly said, "In a while, there will be a teacher who will bring you guys to the freshman dormitory. As for Teacher Jean Chen's group, he has some urgent matters to attend to. Follow me," Gu Yu indifferently said. Just as his voice rang out, dozens of figures appeared from the void. Finally, they hovered in the air. The surging aura from those figures caused Yun Nuashing's face to twitch. They were actually divine underworld experts. There were even a few whose cultivation levels could not be seen. "Little Gu, is Jean Chin in charge of your group?" Those dozens of teachers spread out and distributed the students. Yun Nuashing and the rest were just about to follow Guyu when they suddenly heard a lovely laughter. All of them stopped and turned their gazes, only to see a slender figure flying towards them, after which it landed a short distance away and transformed into a beautiful woman in red clothes. Her beautiful face was filled with a dignified aura, while a trace of gentleness was present between her brows. The two opposing auras made her appear extremely charming. Elder Yen. When Guyu saw the person who had arrived, he was startled for a moment. The coldness on his face slightly dissipated as he cupped his hands together and nodded his head. Yes, teacher said that he had some matters to attend to and asked me to help him. TCH, how can he not have matters to attend to? The beautiful woman in red clothes curled her lips. Her long and narrow Mei-mao turned around and was startled when she saw Zian, after which she stared at the girl beside him. A trace of astonishment flashed across Mei-mao's eyes. Seeing her staring at him, Yun Nuashing was also startled. His brain spun and he seemed to have understood something. What happened next made him even more certain. The beautiful woman smiled and winked at him. Mei-mao, she transmitted her voice. Little god, I'm Yen Yuting from the Fire Divine Palace. Just call me Yuting. If you have any matters in the future, come and find me. After saying that, she smiled at Zian beside him. Then she waved her hand at Guyu and said, Go. Bring them around to familiarize themselves with the academy. After saying that, she turned around and disappeared. Guyu and the others had strange expressions on their faces. They scratched their heads in confusion, not knowing what this elder was doing here. Did I just see that beautiful sister smiling at me? Chuan Jingshan grinned and scratched his head. Misconception. Yes, misconception. Zhong Songbai and Lin Xian both rolled their eyes. They even felt that she was smiling at them. Who knew who she was actually looking at? Yun Nuashing also couldn't help but roll his eyes. Let's go. I'll bring you to the dormitory. Guyu scratched his head inexplicably. He didn't think too much about it. With a wave of his hand, he took the lead and flew down the high platform. Let's go. Yun Nuashing also smiled at Zian and followed. Zhong Songbai and the other two also followed closely. They were also Elder Jean Chen's team. Chapter 612. The majestic team of 1,000 people followed Guyu and rushed down the high platform. Below the stone platform, a lush mountain forest appeared. One palace hall after another came into view. In the distance, many figures could be seen flying in the air. Some of them stood in the mountain forest, staring at the group of new students with ridicule in their eyes. They seemed to be older students. Under Guyu's lead, Yun Nuashing and the rest headed east. After nearly 20 minutes, they stopped. Then he pointed at a golden forest in the distance and said, That golden forest is where teacher rests. If you have any problems, you can go look for him. Then he pointed down and said, This is our dormitory. Oh, if you have more energy, you can change to a place you like. Everyone looked in the direction of the finger and saw that there were many huge pavilions and houses in the mountain forest. There was also a lake in the distance. Looking further, they saw that the volcano was 100 miles away from this place. Right, let's see how much energy you have. Guyu suddenly thought of something. He turned around and looked at everyone. He was still holding the Farlight Academy token in his hand and waved it in front of everyone. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly took out their tokens. Yun Nuashing stretched his head and looked at Zhong Songbai's token. Then he said softly, 2,000 energy. Why do we only have 2,500? Mountain also waved the token in his hand with a puzzled look. The amount of initial energy is based on the entrance examination and one's own strength. There won't be any mistakes. If you want a hand in anything or use your energy to exchange for something, you can go to the Azure Cloud Pavilion later. Guyu said indifferently. Yun Nuashing rubbed his chin and looked at Lin Xian. The latter saw him stretch his neck and smiled. He opened the token in his hand and turned it to the back. On it, there were some numbers. 3,200. Why? Why does old Lin have 700 more than me? Mountain was instantly dumbfounded. He did not understand why. Who told you to be lazy during the examination? You went to sleep after killing a few magical beasts. Zhong Songbai rolled his eyes and said, unhappily, I only have 2,000. Brother Yin, what about you two? Lin Xian smiled carelessly and looked at Yun Nuoshing. His expression was still a little strange. After all, he really had a girl's face and a girl's voice. He wasn't used to calling him Brother Yin. Ziyin played with a strand of hair and opened her hand. Everyone hurried over to take a look and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of saliva. 7,000 energy values. Everyone was shocked by the number on Ziyin's tile. Lin Xian's group was also speechless. What did this girl with an unclear face do during the test? Why did she have so many? Yen, please take care of me. Yun Nuoshing's colorful eyes sparkled beautifully. She looked at Ziyin ingratiatingly and said with a flattering smile. Hearing this, Ziyin covered her mouth and giggled. She lifted his chin with her jade-like fingers and said, Good boy, I'll take care of you. I'm blind. This dog food. Mountain saw the atmosphere between the two of them and directly held in pain. He covered his eyes and screamed. I didn't do anything during the test. I didn't kill a single magical beast. You won't give me 0 energy values, right? Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly and took out her tile. There's strength in it, so it won't be 0. Magic rank powerhouses start with at least 1,500. Guyu said indifferently. Oh. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing scratched his head and flipped the token over. Everyone leaned over to take a look. 5 numbers. 18,000. Pooh. When Zhong Songbai and the others saw the energy value of Yun Nuoshing's tile, they spat out mouthfuls of saliva. Oh my God, who's taking care of who? The energy value is 9 times higher than theirs. You. Even Guyu was dumbfounded. He had seen so many new students, but he had never seen anyone with an energy value of more than 5,000. Ziyin had the strength of a 3rd seal of the magic rank. If she risked her life to kill magical beasts and killed high-level magical beasts and achieved good results, he could understand. But Yun Nuoshing was only a 1st seal of the magic rank, and she said she had never killed a magical beast before. Little star, please take care of me. Ziyin blinked at Mei Mao and laughed. She tilted her head and leaned on Yun Nuoshing's shoulder and smiled gently. Hey, no problem. Although Yun Nuoshing was a little dumbfounded when she saw the 5 numbers, she still agreed with a big smile. Enough. Stop showing off your dog food. Burn it, burn it. Zhong Songbai and the other 2 howled and roared. Then they moved closer with flattering expressions and grinned. Big pot, the 3 of us will follow you. Everyone smiled bitterly. This energy value, let me guess. The Academy issued a mission that rewards energy value after completion. Is there any other way? Yun Nuoshing waved the token in her hand and asked Guyu. She had guessed a little when she heard the word mission. Guyu silently glanced at her, then let out a long sigh. His tone returned to its usual indifferent state. Doing missions is indeed possible. You can also gain experience. There are other ways. You can turn in some precious materials. Black crystals, medicinal herbs, crystals, magical beast essences, crystal cores, and beast souls. Students can also trade privately. Of course, the Azure Cloud Pavilion is the place to do this. As for missions, you can receive them from the War God Temple. There are missions from low to high level. If you find a suitable residence, you can use the token to construct an elemental energy array. This requires energy values. However, it can greatly increase your rate of cultivation. As for the grade, you can decide for yourself, Guyu said. All right. The freshmen's residences are also divided into 3 levels: palace, loft, and ordinary buildings. The words ordinary buildings are really prominent. Everyone smiled bitterly. Palace buildings can activate the energy arrays of the upper 3 grades of the devil rank, or even the demigod and god rank. Loft buildings can activate the energy arrays of the upper 3 grades of the mortal rank to the middle 3 grades of the devil rank. Ordinary buildings start from the demigod rank. Guyu said indifferently, "Rent." Yun Nuashing raised her hand and raised her eyebrows. Since it was divided into levels, it couldn't be for free, right? Ordinary buildings cost 1,000 energy value per month. Loft buildings cost 2,000 energy value per month. Palace buildings cost 4,000 energy value per month. After Guyu finished speaking, he looked at everyone with interest. As he expected, all the new students were dumbstruck, and their jaws were wide open. Was this even possible? They really had to pay rent. By the way, camping is free, but activating the energy arrays will cost more. It will be calculated by the day, Guyu said indifferently. Bah, how ugly. Everyone cursed in their hearts. Immortal rank arrays are free. Pure energy arrays of the devil rank and above cost at least 3,000 a day. Elemental energy arrays cost at least 5,000 a day. Demigod rank arrays cost at least 10,000 a day. Bam! The huge force formed by the words almost knocked everyone to the ground. This was forcing them to earn energy value. Fortunately, it didn't make it so that they couldn't breathe without energy value. If they ran out of energy value, they would suffocate to death. Yun Nuashing's face twitched. Demigod rank arrays cost 10,000 a day. Wouldn't his assets only last for 1.5 days? Bah, I'll construct the arrays myself. Humph! Rolling his eyes, Yun Nuashing snorted. He was also an array master. If he didn't use the Academy's energy arrays, he wouldn't be able to construct them himself. All kinds of condensed natural treasures. In short, anything that is helpful to cultivation can be turned into exchange for energy value, Guyu said. I have a question. Yun Nuashing raised his hand again. Guyu looked at him and nodded, indicating for him to speak. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath, scratched his head, and said, "Where's the trial of light?" Guyu started. He cast a deep glance at Qin Wentian before turning and pointing to a direction in the north. Over there, the Spirit Light Pagoda. The trial of light is separated into 12 levels. After completing a level, you would be able to move on to the next level. It's not recommended for those who haven't reached the devil rank to attempt it. If you die in the Spirit Light Pagoda, you would be spat out with heavy injuries. As for the difficulty of the 4th level, only the top ranker of the devil rankings, Schwellingfeng, managed to pass. Not only that, he paid the price of death and had to rest for half a year after he came out. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Schwellingfeng, the top ranker of the devil rank, could only pass the 4th level. Then how did he pass the 8th level? However, entering the Spiritual Light Pagoda requires energy value. It's not much, just 1,500 per attempt. Guyu thought for a moment and said, at this moment, not only the others, but even Yun Nuashing's face turned as black as charcoal. He was gnashing his teeth. This Far Light Academy was a black-hearted academy. Then wouldn't he only have 12 attempts with 18,000 points? Seeing everyone's face turning black, Guyu seemed to see himself when he first came in. When he heard teacher Jean Chen's exaggerated words, his face turned as black as theirs. Moreover, the Academy has another token that was obtained from the War God Shrine. You can check the War God token's grade and details there. However, the higher the grade of the token, the more convenient it is to be in the Academy. You will be able to come in contact with higher grade items. Even buying things will be cheaper. Guyu added. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. They resisted the urge to raise their middle fingers and fiercely nodded. All right, next, you can start looking for a suitable place to live. As for the palace level, you will be able to see it if you continue walking east. Below that is the loft, and to the west is an ordinary building. Guyu said indifferently. There was a faint smile in his eyes. Soon after, he said, the energy array of the palace level is even more powerful. We can't afford it, we can't afford it. Everyone smiled bitterly. How many people can live in a palace level room? Yun Nuashing asked again. A palace level room isn't as large as the ones outside. However, it can still house 5 people. There are also many other facilities inside. Guyu said indifferently. His gaze shifted between Yun Nuashing and Zian. He seemed to understand. All right, then we'll live in a palace. I'm used to it. Yun Nuashing let out a sigh and smiled. The last 3 words were directed at Zian. When Zian saw his meaningful gaze, she was stunned for a moment. Her pretty face blushed slightly, and she quickly pulled her hat down and muttered something. In the beginning, she had been wandering around without a fixed place to stay. Unconsciously, she had gotten used to having him by her side. With him around, she felt very safe. It was the same even when she was sleeping. However, she did not expect that he would actually say it out loud in public. Although no one knew the meaning of those 3 words, she still felt a little guilty. After Yun Nuashing chose the palace level room, Zhong Songbai and the others chose the loft. The energy they had was only enough for them to squander in the loft. The 3 of them watched Yun Nuashing and Zian walk into the palace with envy and jealousy. They almost could not help but rush in. The thousands of people arranged themselves in a mess for a long time. Everyone had also chosen the place they wanted to live in. There's a small map of the academy in the token. If you need anything, you can go to the Azure Cloud Pavilion to exchange for it. You can also see what's in the Azure Cloud Pavilion through the token. Of course, if you want to exchange for something, you'll have to go there in person, Guyu said softly. Yun Nuashing nodded. She looked around and finally stopped at the small palace beside the lake. She smiled and said, "Then I'll take this one." As soon as she finished speaking, she held Zian's hand and walked into the palace. Before they entered, they could feel a towering flame condensing behind them. Chapter 613. The palace was neither too big nor too small. It had 2 floors. The rooms were on the upper floor, while the lower floor was a spacious hall. It could easily accommodate 100 people. Yun Nuashing and Zian walked around the palace. They were quite satisfied. It was much smaller than the palaces they lived in outside, but it had all the essentials. There were even cultivation rooms. He pushed open the outermost room of the 5 rooms and poked his head in to take a look. The daily necessities, such as the bed, were all prepared. This palace-level treatment was indeed not bad. What made Yun Nuashing happy was that the bed was very big. He wiped his face with his palm and took off half of his mask. Then he shouted excitedly and ran towards the soft bed. As he ran, he changed his clothes into a sleeping robe that was used at home. The robe was so long that it almost touched the ground. He jumped up and lay on the big bed, rolling around on it. Yun Nuashing hugged the pillow happily and took a deep breath. She was slightly happy. From now on, she was a student of the Long Light Academy. The trial of light was not far away. Yun Nuashing rolled on the bed for a long time as if there was no one around. His nightgown was askew and half of his shoulder was exposed. It was not until he felt a gentle gaze staring at him that Yun Nuashing stopped. He straightened his clothes and looked at Zian, who had been standing at the door with a dry smile. He said, "Aren't you going to choose a room?" "The 5 rooms have the same layout. There's nothing to choose. I'll just rest in whichever room I go." Zian shrugged cutely and took off her hat. Her lily-white hands parted her dark purple hair, which was as smooth as purple satin. Then she walked into the room and sat down on the bed. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuashing with a smile. "All right. In any case, the layout here is dispensable to me. It's not like I can sleep here." Yun Nuashing jumped up from the bed when she saw her sitting on the bed. Taking a deep breath, Yun Nuashing clenched his fist and the golden token appeared in his hand. Gu Yu had said that he could use this token to activate the energy array, so he wanted to see if it was more cost-effective to construct the array himself, or to construct the array in the academy. Yun Nuashing held the token in her hand and sent a strand of her soul power into the token. Then the information within was projected in front of her. A light screen condensed into a light screen that slowly appeared. On the light screen, there was a long list of names, pictures, and numbers. Exclusive to the Palace District, 9th grade magic rank, Fire Elemental Energy Array, 6,000 energy value per day. 7th grade magic rank, Pure Energy Array, 3,000 energy value per day. High demigod rank, Pure Energy Array, 13,000 energy points per day. Yun Nuashing silently counted the grade of the array and the required energy value. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He smiled bitterly and said, "Forget it, I'll do it myself." His palm streaked across the light screen, and it changed into a list of all kinds of goods. He casually glanced at it and found that most of the things sold here were extraordinary. There were even demigod-level magic arrays, and he could even see demigod-level magic arrays. There were even demigod-level magic arrays, and he could even see demigod-level magic arrays. There were even 3 lower divine-level magic arrays. They're also selling immortal rank profound arts. However, the 5 million energy value should be exclusive to the rich. Yun Nuashing looked at the divine rank profound arts and couldn't help but laugh. "Little star, I found something that you should be interested in." Xian, who was sitting at the side, was also flipping through the thousands of lists. When she saw something, her lily-white hand paused. Then she looked at Yun Nuashing and said with a smile, When Yun Nuashing heard this, he moved his head closer and looked at the thing that the slender finger was pointing at. His gaze paused for a moment, and his heart actually beat rapidly. Blood Spirit Pill, Immortal Rank Medicinal Pill. It has the miraculous effect of transforming the bloodline and awakening the bloodline. If it's consumed, it's enough to awaken the dormant and thin bloodline. Yun Nuashing whispered softly, "It can awaken the dormant bloodline?" If he could get it, wouldn't he be able to awaken his god spirit bloodline? It's useless. A lazy yawn came from Yun Nuashing's soul world. Z, who was originally lying lazily on the bed, slowly sat up while hugging a pillow. He raised his head, and there were no ripples in his light purple eyes. The blood spirit pill is only of the immortal grade. Although it can indeed awaken the dormant power of the bloodline, you have to think about what your bloodline is. It is the blood of the gods, the bloodline of the ancient gods, a bloodline that contains the memory fragments of the vanished era. What can a mere immortal rank medicinal pill do to awaken a bloodline of that level? Ziyi sneered and stood up from the bed. He walked to the side of the table and took a sip of the tea that Exiner handed him. He then said, "If it's a peerless rank medicinal pill, or even a god rank medicinal pill, it might be able to awaken your god spirit bloodline. But if it's just a mortal rank medicinal pill, then forget it." Woo, 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 woo. Yun Nuashing pondered for a while, then rolled his eyes. After looking at the energy required for the blood god's pill, he also shook his head with a bitter smile. 8 million energy, forget it. Is there anything you like? Yun Nuashing smiled and waved his hand as he asked. Xian also shook his head and waved his hand to make the light screen disappear. Just when Yun Nuashing thought that this girl also had no desire, she paused for a moment. Mei Mao stared at him and said very seriously, "Little star, I want to learn a god, rank, mystic skill." Yun Nuashing, who had just turned off the light screen, suddenly spat out a breath. He turned his head and looked at her in shock. His tongue moved around in his mouth for a while, and he blinked. He said, "Whether it's a god, rank, mystic skill, or a mystic skill, it's very difficult to cultivate. If you're not careful, you might go crazy. I once asked Yuan Shi seriously about this, and now I want to ask you very seriously. Girl, Are you sure you want to cultivate it? After he finished speaking, he reached out his hand and gently stroked her forehead. He breathed softly and rhythmically as he stared at her very seriously. Amen, Zian nodded solemnly. She raised her head and looked at him. She reached out her lily-white hand and held his cheek. She said word by word seriously, I'm serious. I want to become stronger, so strong that I can help little Star share the burden. Yun Nuashing stared blankly and asked doubtfully, I don't have any burden? When Zian heard this, she only smiled sweetly and didn't say anything. I want to participate in the banquet in 1.5 months. Zian smiled faintly, causing Yun Nuashing to stare blankly again. He opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. After thinking for a while, Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. He gently rubbed his soft long hair and nodded. He said, Go, and release the light that belongs to you. I'm your most solid support. If it's a god-rank mystic skill, Z and I will also teach you how to cultivate it. Little Star isn't going to participate. Zian winked at Mei Mao. She tilted her head and smiled gently. Yun Nuashing shook his head. I'm not interested in these things. I'll probably put all my energy into the trial of light in the spiritual light pagoda. Why don't we go and take a look now? Zian laughed. She held Yun Nuashing's arm and stood up. Mei Mao was so bright that he was intoxicated. Okay. Yun Nuashing also smiled. He changed his clothes quickly. He was so fast that Zian couldn't see him clearly. He only saw his iconic black windbreaker hanging down. He even put on his mask. Zian tidied up a little. Then, she walked out of the small palace with Yun Nuashing. They left the freshman area and rushed straight towards the northern area. Just as the two of them left the freshman area, four figures descended from the sky and landed in front of the small palace. They stared at the two of them as they left. They were the 4 elders who were in charge of receiving them in the void. These 2 little fellows are heading north. Take a guess. Are they going to the War God Shrine to receive a mission? Or are they going to the Spiritual Light Pagoda? Or are they going to the Azure Cloud Pavilion? The middle-aged man still had his arms crossed in front of his chest as he grinned. Old Lin, are you sure that the 2 3-digit divinity values belong to these 2 little fellows? The young man had his hands behind his back. He retracted his gaze from the distance and looked at Lin Yao as he asked with uncertainty. This old man hasn't reached the point where his eyesight is blurry. I can still confirm this point. Lin Yao smiled as he stroked his beard and nodded. Originally, I wanted to confirm with these 2 little fellows and test them again. However, they actually ran out. The middle-aged man smiled faintly as he shook his head. He waved his hand and said, Let's go. Let's see what these 2 little fellows are going to do. TSK, a dignified deity, is following 2 little brats at the demon level. However, I am also interested. Let's go and take a look. The young man curled his lips. Then he also smiled. The 4 people looked at each other and smiled. Their figures flashed and disappeared. The Far Light Academy was very vast. It wasn't the slightest bit smaller than the Red Star Academy that Yun Nuashing had seen. The 2 of them flew in the air for nearly an hour. They also asked a few seniors for directions. Only then did they find the remote Spiritual Light Pagoda. It was a pagoda that was 3,000 meters tall. From top to bottom, it was pure gold. It was divided into 12 floors. At the top of the pagoda, there was a golden energy ball that was 10 meters in size. There were also chains that diffused out from it. They wrapped around the body of the pagoda like a seal. Looking at the 3 big words, Spiritual Light Pagoda, written on the bottom floor, Yun Nuashing's heart was slightly happy. His gaze was somewhat astonished as he looked at the 3,000-meter tall pagoda. He could feel a very familiar energy from the pagoda. It was the energy of light. The Spiritual Light Pagoda was one of the places that gathered a lot of people in the Far Light Academy. When Yun Nuashing and Zian landed outside the pagoda, they could clearly feel the exuberant degree of popularity. There were people constantly rushing over from the surroundings. Furthermore, they were coming in groups. After a group of people landed, there would be a few people who would walk out and enter the spiritual light pagoda. Those who stood still in their original places looked at the people who walked out of their groups with respect. It felt as if they were sending off soldiers who were about to enter the battlefield. Let's go in and take a look as well. Yun Nuashing smiled at Zian. Soon after, the two of them rushed towards the gigantic pagoda that was like a mountain peak. However, before the two of them could rush in, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them at the entrance, forcibly blocking their path. Startled by the person who had suddenly rushed out to block their path, Yun Nuashing hurriedly pulled Zian to a stop. His figure froze in place as he cupped his hands towards the person who had just arrived. Then he glanced at the person. It was an old man in plain clothes with a sloppy beard. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Elder!" The old man smiled as he glanced at the two of them. Then he looked at the other people who had stopped because of the matter here. After a moment, he turned his gaze back and said, "New faces. Are you this year's new students? Do you have a War God token that is rank 6 or above?" War God token? Yun Nuashing had a puzzled look on his face as he shook his head and said no. "We just came in and saw that this pagoda was very strange. Therefore, we came to take a look." Every year, there are reckless new students who recklessly rush into the spiritual light pagoda. In the end, they are sent out with serious injuries by the spiritual light pagoda. Who knows how long it will take for them to recover? After hearing that the two of them were indeed new students, a wave of mocking laughter erupted from the crowd behind them. New students have just entered the Highlight Academy, so they naturally don't know these rules. You've just entered a few years earlier than the others. What the hell are you mocking new students for? The rumbling shout was like thunder as it rumbled in the air. When everyone heard this voice, they all shrunk their heads and hurriedly turned their gazes. However, they saw 3 people slowly walking forward from the back. The leader was an enormous man who was over 2 meters tall. He was cursing as he cursed. There was stubble on his rough face, and there was even a scar on his right cheek. His black hair was like a hedgehog, making him look extremely valiant. The thunderous shout had come from this person. The other 2 people following him, a male and a female, also had outstanding appearances. The female had a cold temperament. Her cheeks were somewhat thin, and her skin was as white as snow. Her eyebrows were picturesque, and she had a head of fine black hair that reached her waist. The ends of her hair were slightly curled up. Coupled with her blue robes, her entire body emitted a cold and condensed aura, causing people to be moved and, at the same time, make them feel fear. The other male had a rather handsome appearance. There was always a faint smile on his face. His long hair draped over his shoulders, and his clothes were as white as snow. He had his hands behind his back as he followed the burly man. His eyes slightly turned, causing everyone to hurriedly turn their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. After the burly man shouted, the mocking laughter in the surroundings instantly disappeared. It became incomparably quiet. It was obvious that the identities of these 3 people were not ordinary, causing everyone to be afraid. "Little Chuan, didn't I tell you not to shout here?" The old man who was blocking Yin Nuashing and the other person snorted softly as he looked at the burly man with an unfriendly gaze. "Aya, Uncle Lu, our temperaments are like this. If we don't shout a day or 2, we'll get flustered." The burly man scratched his head and laughed loudly. His laughter caused the air to tremble, causing the old man's eyebrows to tremble a few times. The old man who was addressed as Uncle Lu glanced at Yun Nuashing and the other person. The 2 of them understood and quickly moved to the side, opening up the entrance. Only then did the old man smile. "What's wrong? Are the 3 of you planning to break through to the 4th level?" "We're just trying. That freak was seriously injured before he could break through to the 4th level. We aren't as powerful as him. Every time we break through to the 3rd level, we'll be covered in injuries. The burly man laughed. Only then did Yin Nuashing turn his head and glance at the three of them. After that, he felt that something was wrong. He inclined his head and looked at the gigantic Sword Mountain peak in the distance. After searching for a while, he started and bitterly smiled. No wonder he felt that the three of them were somewhat familiar. The 7th, 8th, and 10th rankers on the devil rankings. Weren't they the elder sisters and brothers of Zhongsangbai, and the other two? Chapter 6:14. Appearing in front of Yun Nuashing and Xian were the three people ranked in the top 10 of the ranking of demonic battle strength. They were also the three people mentioned by Zhongsangbai when they first came in. Looking at that robust man, they couldn't help but think of Chuan Jingshan. Okay, if you're in a hurry, you can go in first. I'll explain the rules to these two little girls. Uncle Lu rolled his eyes, walking to the side as he said to the robust man, Chuan Mu's group, little girls. Yun Nuashing and Xian were startled. The veins on the former's forehead immediately bulged, while Xian tried her best to hold back her laughter, her delicate body lightly shaking. Wait a moment, there's no hurry. Songling seems to have something to say. It won't be too late to go in after she finishes. Hearing that, Chuan Mu waved his huge hand, then turned his head to look at that cold girl, smiling. That blue-gowned girl was startled. Mei Mao gave him a glance, hesitating for a while before walking forward. Looking at Yun Nuashing and Xian, she lightly opened her red lips and said, Junior sisters, have you ever thought of joining some force? Yun Nuashing and Xian were startled, not understanding what was going on. The force formed by Ling's group of 3 only invites girls to join. You two little girls, if you don't have anyone to back you up in the Farlight Academy, I'm afraid that a lot of trouble will come knocking on your door. On the side, Uncle Lu said indifferently, even if the two were wearing accessories to cover their faces, it was still very difficult to completely hide themselves, especially with their ethereal temperament. Yun Nuashing and Xian looked at each other in dismay for a while, before the former sighed and cupped her hands, saying, Many thanks for senior sister's good intentions, but for the time being, we haven't thought of this matter. Also, senior sister, I'm a man. These last words caused the atmosphere in the surroundings to completely freeze. Chuan Mu and Lin Xian's brother opened their eyes wide, and Zhong Songling even opened her mouth in shock. This kind of reaction again. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but laugh bitterly when he saw the expressions of the surrounding people, as if they had seen a ghost. Then he transmitted his voice to Ziyan. This wasn't the first time such a reaction had occurred. Little star, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for having a girl's face and a girl's voice. In the end, you're a boy. You're so beautiful. After all, you're still a boy. Ziyan covered her mouth and chuckled, shaking her head with a bitter smile. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and looked at Elder Lu. At this moment, his eyes were also wide open, and he didn't react for a long time. Her bitter smile became even more pronounced, and she hurriedly asked, Elder, how do we get the 6-step war God command plate? Hearing her helpless voice, everyone shivered and came back to their senses. Afterwards, they all had strange expressions. That Elder Lu's eyebrows twitched, and he coughed dryly, saying, The War God Command Plate is obtained from the War God Temple's testing platform. It's based on strength alone. If you want to enter the battle strength ranking, you have to do it on the testing platform. As for the 6th step, it's basically the 6th seal of the demon rank. With the 6th step War God Command Plate, you can enter the Spiritual Light Tower and also enter the higher levels of the Azure Cloud Pavilion to search for higher level things. Elder Lu said. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing pondered for a while. Her expression changed a few times, and she sighed again. She cupped her hands toward Zhong Songling and Chuan Mu and said softly, Senior brother, senior sister will go first. Goodbye. After saying that, she ignored the few people who were still a little dazed and pulled Xian up into the sky, flying in the direction of the War God Temple. The two disappeared for a long time before Chuan, Mu came back to his senses. He patted his cheeks with his large hand, opened his mouth, and said with a bitter smile, "Say, is that a tomboy or a tomgirl?" I don't know either. In any case, the other one is definitely a girl." Zhong Songling's red lips trembled, and she shook her head with a bitter smile. She had thought that it would be another two outstanding beauties, but in the end, one of them was She was a little confused about what it was. After leaving the spiritual light tower, Yun Nuashing and Xian flew in the direction of the War God Temple without stopping. They couldn't help but grumble about the troublesome mechanism. It seemed that the so-called testing platform also required a portion of the energy value. After flying around the mountain forest, they finally found the location of the War God Temple after another half an hour. It was an indescribably grand hall. It looked like a tall mountain towering in the far light academy. There were other mountain peaks in the academy, but other than the giant sword peak, there weren't any other objects as large as this one. The huge hall towered in the clouds, like a celestial realm in the heavens. In the War God Temple, other than having a testing platform to test one's combat strength, there was also a place to issue missions. It was also a place that was quite popular. Before the two of them landed, they could already see a dense crowd of people shuttling back and forth. They could also clearly feel how popular this place was. As Yun Nuashing and Xian stood outside the War God Temple, they couldn't help but gasp in amazement as they looked at the crowd. There were so many people in the spiritual light tower, and the War God Temple was even more crowded. They wondered how imposing the azure cloud pavilion, the sacred place that made countless tycoons chop their hands off, was. The two of them didn't say anything and directly rushed into the huge hall that was like a mountain peak. As the two of them rushed into the hall, they immediately felt a surging fighting intent that covered the sky and covered the earth surging over. What appeared before the eyes of Yun Nuashing and Xian was an exceptionally vast hall. The ceiling of the hall was engraved with a starry sky, causing the star energy in their bodies to become somewhat restless. It was like a real star field, looking incomparably gorgeous. The hall was incomparably noisy. Countless figures were gathered inside, and there were even people with soaring fighting intent lingering on their bodies. Yun Nuashing and Xian's gazes looked towards the left and right sides of the hall. The words Mission Hall were floating in the air on the right side. After passing through the door, they could see scrolls floating in the air. There were also words floating in the air. It seemed like some of the missions that had been announced. Those who received the scrolls had surging blood, as if they couldn't wait to complete the mission immediately. On the left side, the words Combat Hall were written in large letters. There were many huge, secret rooms there, and there were many elders and students inside. Waves of obscure, but heart-palpitating fluctuations were emitted from inside, as if a huge amount of energy was surging. While Yun Nuashing and Xian were sizing up this huge and majestic combat god hall, they felt many gazes suddenly shoot over and land on the two of them. Both of them were tall and had an ethereal temperament. Yun Nuashing's star-like beautiful eyes made him look extremely mysterious. In particular, his exquisite face made the hearts of those who didn't know him palpitate with eagerness. Xian stood gracefully to the side. Her soft long hair was as smooth as dark purple satin. The elegance that came from her bones and the astonishing charm that she exuded with every movement also caused the hearts of those who didn't know her to surge. The two of them stood there without saying a word. Just their temperament and appearance alone attracted 80% of the gazes. Although one of them was wearing a mask and the other was wearing a hat, it didn't stop the crowd from admiring them. It could be said that it made people want to explore further. Hey, look, those two girls are so beautiful. I've never seen them before. Freshmen? Should we go up and talk to them? Could it be the #1 beauty of Shaoguang City? Yun Nuashing's face couldn't help but twitch when he saw the various gazes around him. His face darkened slightly as he hurriedly pulled Xian's hand and walked into the combat hall. Hey, hey, hey! They're coming over, they're coming over! Many people's hearts jumped when they saw the two of them quickly walking over. They hurriedly opened up a path and looked at the two of them with infatuated gazes. A few people seemed to want to rush up and strike up a conversation, but before they could muster up the courage, the two of them had already walked to the front along the path that was opened up. There were many large secret rooms in the combat hall. Waves of energy surged from within, as if there were people fighting inside. In front of the secret rooms stood several people who looked like teachers. "Teacher, we're here to conduct the combat strength test." Yun Nuashing automatically ignored the stunned gazes and walked to the innermost part of the room. He cupped his hands towards the person sitting there and softly said. The teacher raised his head and glanced at the two of them, then stood up and said, 100 energy points going once. Together, Yun Nuashing straightforwardly took out the token. He waited until he had deducted 200 from it before opening the door of the secret room, after which he turned around and waved at the two of them. Yun Nuashing and Zian looked at each other, then nodded and quickly walked toward the bright secret room. The secret room was very spacious, and the surrounding walls were inlaid with bright crystals, illuminating the room very brightly. They could clearly see that there was nothing special in the room. There was only a huge black square pillar in the middle of the secret room, and there were some talismans carved on the surface of the pillar. Teacher, how do I get the combat god token? Yun Nuashing cupped his hands and asked. The combat god token is divided into levels 1 to 12. Levels 1 to 9 correspond to levels 1 to 9 of the demon rank, and levels 10, 11, and 12 of the demigod rank. The one in the middle of the room is the combat tablet. As long as your attack reaches the standard of that level, you'll be able to obtain the corresponding level of combat god token. The teacher seemed to have guessed that the two of them were new students, so he explained in more detail. Different levels of combat god tokens have different powers. For example, you can enter the higher levels of the Azure Cloud Pavilion, receive higher level missions, and get discounts when you buy things, etc. All right, who's going first? Give me the token, and I'll give you the combat god token after the test. After finishing, the teacher waved his hand and pointed at the combat tablet in the middle of the room. I'll go first. Ziyan smiled. She clenched her jade-like hand and threw the token in her hand to the instructor. Then, she stood in front of the pitch-black square pillar and stared at it. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. That's enough. Clear your mind of distracting thoughts and strike with all your might. After receiving the token, the instructor placed it on the battle tablet and took a few steps back. He looked at Zian and nodded at her. Ziyan nodded solemnly when she heard this. She inhaled a deep breath of air and clenched her jade-like hand. A powerful demonic aura swept out from her body like a storm, causing the surrounding space to fluctuate. The instructor didn't expect the commotion to be so big and was stunned for a moment. Then he was pushed slightly by the storm, causing his expression to harden as he hurriedly took a few steps back. Zian's 5 elements body and crystal body had strengthened her super-strong aura. Naturally, it was not something an ordinary demon rank Sinfeng could compare with. During the test in the mountains, she was able to kill a demigod demon beast single-handedly. Although both sides were injured, it was enough to prove her strength. The water origin and earth origin in her body were shining. She pushed the demonic aura in her body to the extreme. Waves of colorful energy gushed out and gathered in her palm, forming a giant bluish-brown sword. It looked exactly the same as the Netherworld Ruin sword. Boom! Yan's jade-like hands grabbed onto the giant sword, and the rolling demon chi gushed out like a 5-colored tide. It condensed in the middle of the sword, and with a loud bang, it slashed down fiercely. The giant sword turned into a ray of 2-colored light and fiercely attacked the pitch-black battle power tablet. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing resounded in the secret room. Then the pitch-black battle tablet suddenly lit up. The light lit up the runes on the surface and spread from the bottom to the top. The huge force caused everyone outside the secret room to raise their heads in shock. Chapter 6:15. BZZ. Resplendent rings of light expanded outwards. On the gigantic sword peak, rings of light suddenly appeared, sliding downwards, attracting the attention of countless people in the Far Light Academy. After that, on the devil rankings on the right, a sphere of light slowly condensed, moving from the outermost edge to the innermost edge, as though it was searching for its own position. And when the sphere of light started moving, everyone was stunned to see that in a flash, the sphere of light shot from the top 1,000 to the top 500. In the next blink of an eye, it shot into the top 200. See, which senior is trying to ascend the devil rankings? This momentum of rushing up the rankings is really frightening. In the Far Light Academy, heaven-shaking and earth-shattering cries rang out. The devil rankings represented the peak strength of the students of the Far Light Academy. From the appearance of the sphere of light, everyone knew that this was a character who had never appeared on the devil rankings before. Who is it? Did he keep a low profile all this, while just to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat? His momentum seems to be jumping around. He has already entered the top 100. Seems like this person can endure the loneliness and only started to ascend the devil rankings after reaching the 7th or 8th seal. Something big is about to happen. The change in the top 100 is the most terrifying. The transformation of the gigantic sword also attracted the attention of countless students in the Far Light Academy. That voice, that piece of news, instantly spread like wildfire. All of them thought that this dark horse that suddenly appeared on the devil rankings was an old student from the top 3 ranks. Under the nervous gazes of countless people, the sphere of white light continued to jump around. Every time it jumped, it would cause the hearts of countless people to beat. From the top 100, it jumped to 70, 60, 50. And when the sphere of white light struggled to enter the top 40, many people in the academy hurriedly gulped down a mouthful of saliva. This was simply too exaggerated. Wah, damn. F asterisk asterisk K. I was pushed down. Top 40, 39, 38. It's still advancing. It's still advancing. Everyone stared agitatedly at the sphere of white light, not blinking for fear that they would miss the most exciting part if they blinked. At this moment, everyone was very curious as to who this person was. However, before the sphere of white light condensed and transformed into a physical projection, no one would be shown. This included the person's name, causing everyone to feel extremely anxious. It stopped. 35, 35. After the white light reached the 35th position, it finally stopped and leaned toward the 34th position in a human-like manner. However, it seemed to have sensed the strength of the person in the 34th position and could only reluctantly return to the 35th position. It knocked the person in the 35th position back and then slowly condensed into a human form. Seeing this scene, everyone knew that this position was about to be fixed. Countless people opened their eyes wide and curiously watched as the white light changed and solidified. Then, everyone saw a slender figure standing there. It was a girl in a purple dress. She had an extremely perfect figure. She had long and slender legs and a small waist. If one looked further up, one would see her alluring curves. A silver-white crescent necklace hung around her elegant and fair neck, adding a noble aura to her. When that beautiful face appeared before everyone's eyes, it was as though even the heavens and earth had lost their color. She had a tall figure and an extremely beautiful face. Her skin was as white as snow and her eyebrows were picturesque. Her long and narrow, dark, purple May-Mao had a warm and ethereal smile on her face. Her eyes were sparkling and translucent like crystals, as though they reflected the most beautiful scenery in the world. Her beautiful, dark purple hair reflected the sunlight, like a perfect satin hanging down from her back. It made the girl in front of them look like a fairy from a painting, her charm peerless. Wow, what a beautiful girl! Why have I never seen her in the Far Light Academy? Gulp, my heart is moved. It's as though an arrow has pierced through my heart. I finally understand what love at first sight is. Forget it. She's ranked 35th on the Devil rankings. Why don't you give it a try? I guarantee that your ending will be extremely miserable. Quick, look at her name. Seeing that the person who came from behind was actually a peerlessly beautiful girl. The entire Farlight Academy was in an uproar. The sounds of discussion and love-struck voices converged together, wanting to overturn the heavens. And after all the voices turned into discussions about her name, those nervous gazes turned to the projection's head. They only saw that the light there was beginning to dissipate bit by bit, transforming into a row of words. Devil rankings, 35th rank. Freshman. Silence. The atmosphere of the entire Far Light Academy froze in an instant. It was as though the temperature of a star had suddenly dropped below the freezing point. Those who were still roaring passionately were now in a daze as they stared at the figure of that peerlessly beautiful girl. They felt as though their heads were about to explode, suspecting that they were hallucinating or that their presbyopia was acting up in advance. Freshman? A freshman ascended the Devil rankings? A senior ranked 35th was kicked back by a single kick? Has such a thing ever happened before in history? Those with such strength would never be recruited again. The recruitment criteria of the Far Light Academy was that the highest ranked student couldn't exceed the 3rd rank of the Devil rankings. What was going on? F*CK. The heavens are being overturned. The heavens are being overturned. She's going to be in the headlines. Big news. Big news. Wait, what's the meaning of this? There are only 3 question marks in her name. Does she not know, or does she not have a name? Extra, extra. A freshman who obtained the 3rd rank of the Devil rankings snatched the position of a senior ranked student who obtained the 8th rank of the Devil rankings. In the Far Light Academy, numerous gazes of shock, or more accurately, dumbfounded, stared at that figure. Their jaws couldn't be retracted for a short period of time. The commotion on the Devil rankings also attracted the attention of the freshmen. However, the vast majority of people didn't recognize this peerlessly beautiful fairy. They had only seen Z Yen wearing a hat, but the projection of Z Yen didn't wear one. Although the majority of the people here didn't recognize her, it didn't mean that everyone couldn't recognize her. For example, Zhong Songbai and the other 2 who walked out from the pavilion. F*CK. She's already here on the first day. She's already ranked 35th on the Devil rankings. Monster. No, she's a monster. Mountain's jaws were wide open. He felt his head twitching. I'm afraid this is unprecedented. Zhong Songbai and Lin Xian exchanged glances. In the end, they could only bitterly laugh. As for all of this, Yun Nuoxing and Zian, who were in the combat hall, had no idea. As for that teacher, his jaw had already dropped and snot was about to flow out from his nose. The test in the combat hall would directly cause the rankings to be updated. However, even if he cracked his head, he couldn't understand why a freshman would be able to enter the 35th position on the Devil rankings on the first day. Yun Nuoxing had no idea what had happened. She only saw that after Zian's sword slashed down, the 4 pillars were quickly engulfed by the light. All the runes on the pillars lit up. She silently calculated in her heart and felt that this attack had already surpassed the 6th rank of the Devil rankings. Only then did she smile and nod at her. Teacher. Seeing that the teacher was so shocked that he seemed to have lost his soul, Yun Nuoxing tilted her head in confusion. At this moment, Zian also took the token from the combat hall and put it away without even looking at it. The teacher was startled by the shout. When he came back to his senses, he saw that Yun Nuoxing had already walked forward. When he got closer, he realized that there was a small notch where Zian's token was placed. It looked exactly the same as the token. Seeing that notch, he smiled and stuffed his token into it. After stuffing the token, Yun Nuoxing took 2 steps back and took a deep breath. Her right hand was clenched so tightly that it made a cracking sound. He didn't take out his divine weapon. As long as it reached the 6th rank of the devil rankings, he still had some confidence. If it didn't work, he would try again. Therefore, this time he went into battle with his bare hands. Ha! With a low shout, the power of the stars in his body surged. The aura that rushed out of his body seemed to have condensed into a starry sky. Finally, it condensed on his right fist. 5 small talismans slowly formed on the tip of his fist. Then, with all his strength, he punched the combat hall. When Yun Nuashing threw this punch, the discussion outside, which had not stopped, was suddenly interrupted by a series of screams. Another one! Another one! Don't tell me it's another freshman. Everyone suddenly raised their heads and looked at the huge sword peak. Even the elders were staring at the huge sword hilt nervously. Their hearts were beating rapidly. At the outermost position of the devil rankings, another light ball appeared. However, as soon as this light ball appeared, it rushed towards the middle position at an extremely fast speed. In just an instant, it rushed into the top 100 positions. 100, 80, 60. So fast. 40. Damn. It rushed into the top 40 in 3 seconds. It didn't stop there. It already passed the position of the girl just now. This time it must be a senior. It definitely can't be a freshman. If it's still a freshman, I'll live stream myself eating glazed crystals. The flying ball of light immediately shocked everyone. Loud cheers pierced through the clouds. Those who didn't know better would think that there was a banquet going on. That ball of light wasn't as gentle as the previous one. It directly charged towards the projection that was ranked 20th. Then it bumped into the projection and took its place. The projection that was originally ranked 20th glared fiercely at the ball of light. Then it gloomily walked towards the projection that was ranked 21st. Then it pushed the projection that was ranked 21st, causing it to move to the 22nd position. 20, 20, 20. Look, it's out. After that light ball occupied the 20th position, it transformed into the appearance of a girl. She had an exquisite face and a pair of colorful eyes that shone like the stars. Her dazzling long hair was incomparably gorgeous under the sunlight. When Mei Mao looked around, she actually gave off a sense of arrogance that looked down on the world. But when one looked at her young face, they only felt that she was very cute. She was just like the girl that was ranked 36th, peerless in her generation, looking at the top of her head, devil rankings ranked 20th. Freshman. The introduction was exactly the same, and the name was exactly the same, shocking the entire academy into a deathly silence. That guy who was live streaming himself eating glazed crystals. Hurry up and come out. This elder brother has decided to sponsor 100 caddies of superior grade glazed crystals. I will also sponsor 100 caddies. Hurry up and watch the live stream. Live stream. The silence was broken in an instant. Cries and howls rang out in the academy. Many people even scolded him for cheating. There must be a problem. How could a freshman be ranked on the devil rankings? Moreover, it was the top 40. This must be fake. Over at the spiritual light tower, everyone was shocked, including Chuan Mu and the other two, especially Zhong Sonling, who recognized Yin Nuashing and Zian. She was so shocked that her red lips were trembling. A freshman that she had just met had rushed to the top 40 of the devil rankings. Even she would not believe it if she told others, and the two main culprits of this storm are currently discussing the state of their strength in detail. I only used 70% of my strength. Originally, I wanted to use all my strength to activate the 5-element sky formation. However, ever since the carrier turned into a crystal, I felt that my strength should be equivalent to 8-9 seals of the devil rankings. Therefore, I did not use all my strength. Zian rubbed his wrist and said softly, "As for me, I only used about 50% to 60%. I am afraid that if I break the battle tablet, I will not be able to use the power of space and elemental energy. Yun Nuashing smiled and stretched, saying, If you break the battle tablet and ask me for compensation, that would not be good. I am not willing to do that. Teacher, it should be fine now. Can you give us the God of War tablet? Yun Nuashing turned her head and looked at the teacher, who was already in a daze. She smiled and cupped her hands. The instructor was already in a daze, and his consciousness was blurred. He didn't even hear what Yun Nuashing said. He just took out 2 rectangular tokens from his arms, and then stuck them on Yun Nuashing's and Ziyan's tokens. A moment later, the 2 numbers 9 and 8 appeared, which almost made him spit out a mouthful of blood. The God of War token's initial levels were level 9 and level 8. In other words, the attack that the 2 of them had just released was already the full strength attack of a 9 seals of the Devil rankings and 8 seals of the Devil rankings, 9th level, 8th level. The teacher murmured in a daze. When Yun Nuashing saw the numbers 9 and 8 on the tablet and heard what the teacher said, she suddenly understood something and could not help but laugh. After going through 2 troubles, they finally settled the prerequisites. It seemed like they could go to the Spirit Light Tower now. Let's go. We will rest for a night and go tomorrow. Yun Nuashing turned her head and looked at Ziyan, laughing softly. Ziyan smiled and nodded. She took 2 steps forward and leaned into his embrace. Yun Nuashing stomped her feet, and a magic circle flashed and disappeared with the 2 of them. The teacher was left alone in the secret room in a daze. He did not come back to his senses for a long time. Chapter 616. The next day, in the morning, the freshman district was exceptionally lively. The commotion from yesterday didn't disappear after a single night. Instead, it had brewed to the peak after an entire night. Almost everyone was talking about the 2 freshmen who had ascended the Devil rankings. At the same time, there were also many people wandering around the freshman district, wanting to find the 2 of them. In the morning light, a series of hurried knocking sounds rang out. Yun Nuashing, who was lying straight on the bed like a long sword, ended his meditation and slowly sat up. He rubbed his eyes in a daze and stared at the 2 girls lying over a meter away from him. He couldn't help but be stunned. When did these 2 lasses come in? Knock, knock, knock. Another series of hurried knocking sounds rang out from downstairs, causing Yun Nuashing, who had just finished his meditation, to feel somewhat irritated. He didn't sleep for another night, and his mental state was haggard. What the hell? Stop knocking. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and climbed up from the bed with extreme reluctance. His clothes were in a mess, and his hair was in a mess. However, when he wasn't feeling well, he couldn't be bothered to tidy himself up. After dragging his feet down the stairs, Yun Nuashing let out a long yawn and rubbed his sleepy eyes. He walked to the door and pulled open. The person who appeared behind the door was Mountain's coarse face. Other than Zhong Songbai and Lin Xan, there were a few other people. However, he wasn't fully awake and couldn't see them clearly. PFFF. Brother Yin. Your clothes. Tidy up your clothes. Did you just wake up? When Lin Xan saw Yun Nuashing's half-exposed shoulders and sleepy appearance, he directly spat out a mouthful of saliva. Without the mask covering her face, she looked even more stunning. Lin Xan's heartbeat quickened and his face flushed red. Huh. I'm a big man, and yet I was woken up by you guys. It's already good that my hair isn't disheveled. Huh. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and let out a long yawn. He then pushed the door open and turned to walk in. He said weakly, "Come in and talk. I'll tidy up." The few people at the door looked at each other for a while and then followed him into the small palace. After sitting down in the hall, Mountain, Zhong Songbai, and Lin Xan sized up the place and couldn't help but exclaim, "This place is really luxurious. Moreover, there's a very powerful energy array in operation. It's much more powerful than those free trash immortal arrays. This isn't the energy array of the Academy. If I'm not wrong, he should have brought it here himself. Or he built it." Among the few people who had followed Zhong Songbai and the other two, the lady dressed in green and blue said softly, "From the looks of it, she was the elder sister of the former, Zhong Songling, whom Yun Nuo had met yesterday. Built it himself? Could it be that Brother Yun is a magic array master?" Mountain's eyes widened in shock when he heard this. "I only know that it's much more powerful than the demonic arrays we use." Chuan Mu's expression was serious as he said softly. Not long after Yun Nuoxing went upstairs, he appeared in front of them again. Ziyan, who had also finished tidying up, also appeared with him. The two of them, who were dressed in casual clothes, were also incomparably stunning. Without their hats and masks, their exquisite faces were completely exposed, causing a flash of amazement to pass through their eyes. "Sorry to keep you waiting. What's the matter? Did something happen, or did you come to drink tea?" Yun Nuoxing smiled. He took out a tea set from somewhere and personally brewed a pot of tea, handing it to Zhong Songbai and the others. Seeing that his 3 sisters were all there, he smiled and said, "Senior sister, senior brother. Something's happened. Something big must have happened, brother. To be honest, you scared me. You've just entered, and you've already created such a crazy scene. You might have a lot of trouble in the future. Those seniors who are pushed down by the 2 of you will not let this matter rest." Mountain laughed bitterly. Did this guy not realize what kind of shocking thing he had done? "Crazy? Seniors? What do you mean?" Yun Nuoxing took a sip of tea and tilted his head as he looked at the few people. There was some confusion in his eyes, not knowing what he was talking about. Seeing that he was even more confused than them, Mountain, Chuan Mu, and the others were also dumbfounded. Did this guy not know what had happened? "Brother Yin, what did the 2 of you do yesterday?" Zhong Songbai couldn't help but ask. "We went to the Spirit Light Tower, but a rank 6 War God token is needed to enter. The War God token can be obtained from the War God Temple's Combat Strength Hall. We went to test it and came back after the test. Other than that, we didn't do anything else." Yun Nuoxing scratched his head, then frowned slightly. He also sensed that something was not quite right. That's right. The test in the Combat Strength Hall is linked to the Combat Strength rankings. Once someone is qualified to enter the rankings, it will be updated. Therefore, the 2 of you entered the rankings yesterday. Moreover, you entered an extremely high position. Chuan Mu said in a deep voice. Lin Xian's elder brother, Lin Kuang, also laughed bitterly and said, "I knew it. How could a freshman who just came and be able to directly attempt to enter the devil rankings? What's more terrifying is that the 2 of you actually succeeded and even entered the top 40. It seems that the teacher in charge of the test didn't mention this to you. Enter the rankings. Top 40? Yun Nuoxing and Ziyan were stunned. They exchanged a glance and hurriedly rushed out of the palace. Looking at their anxious expressions, Mountain and the others laughed bitterly. This matter had caused a huge commotion in the Far Light Academy, but the 2 of them, as the main characters, didn't know about it at all. Yun Nuoxing and Ziyan rushed out of the palace. As soon as they raised their heads, they saw the huge Sword Mountain peak. Not long after, they saw the 20th and 36th positions. They found the 2 of them and were immediately stunned. This is really going to be a challenge to the rankings. This is troublesome. They actually managed to enter the rankings. Yun Nuoxing also laughed bitterly. The 2 of them had only gone to test it and obtained a War God token. Who would have thought that they would actually enter the rankings? Can this ranking be removed? Turning back to look at Mountain and the others, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but laugh bitterly. No, unless someone pushes you down. However, the 20th and 36th positions aren't as easy to drop as one would think. Zhong Songling shook her head, causing the 2 of them to laugh bitterly. However, I'm very curious. Why aren't your names engraved? Chuan Mu raised his head and raised his chin. He looked at the places where the names should have been engraved. but there were only a few question marks. This made him very puzzled. This was something that had never happened before. That was arranged by teacher, although I don't know why he did it this way. In the distance, a figure quickly walked over. The moment this person appeared, the surrounding temperature dropped significantly. Everyone turned to look and saw that this person was Guyu. The teacher he was talking about should be Elder Jinshin. Teacher has taken care of your information. Yesterday, I overheard the two elders inadvertently revealing this information. Guyu stood not far away from the two of them. He took a deep breath and looked at the two of them indifferently. Uncle Chen arranged this. Yun Nuashing was stunned. However, he also understood that it wasn't easy to deal with his identity. After muttering to himself for a moment, he raised his head and said, "Chen, where is Elder Jinshin now? I'll ask him to remove our names." "It's useless. As long as your name is on the combat strength ranking, the elders have no right to change it." Guyu shook his head, after which he continued, "Look at your tokens. After charging into the combat strength ranking, you will be rewarded with a lot of energy. I also want to see how much energy you two will receive after charging into the top 50 of the devil ranking." Upon hearing this, Yun Nuashing and Elder Jinshin were stunned. With a clench of their hands, they took out the tokens of the Highlight Academy and flipped them over. The few of them hurriedly went over to take a look and were stunned. 6 zeros. One had over 8 million, while the other had over 6 million. We became rich all of a sudden. However, I feel that giving us so much is useless. Yesterday, we took a small stroll in the Azure Cloud Pavilion and didn't see anything that we wanted. Seeing the 6 zeros, Yun Nuashing sighed softly. He turned the tokens around in his hand, as if he didn't care about it at all. "Useless? Junior brother Yin, if you say this out loud, you'll be beaten into a pig's head." Lin Kuan laughed bitterly. The students of the Far Light Academy were all striving to obtain more energy values. They couldn't wait to exchange for everything in the Azure Cloud Pavilion. In the end, this little junior brother didn't care about anything. "Oh, just nice. With so much energy, we won't have to worry about not being able to enter the spiritual light pagoda." However, after giving it some thought, Yun Nuashing felt that the large amount of energy was still somewhat useful. They wouldn't have to worry about not being able to enter the spiritual light pagoda. Just as Yun Nuashing and the others were discussing, a ray of light shot over, after which it appeared in the air with a flash. The long-haired youth, emitting a cold aura from head to toe, coldly looked at the freshmen below. An ice-cold roar resounded in the ears of the freshmen. "Where are the two freshmen? Scram out!" The ice-cold roar that contained anger descended from the sky like a thunderstorm, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Immediately, it caused quite a few freshmen to raise their heads and look at the figure that had appeared in the air. To be precise, there were 2 figures, because there was another one that had shot over from the side in an instant. His bone-chilling gaze and berserk aura caused the hearts of the freshmen below to feel fear. "You've come to find trouble? How fast? Look at these 2 people. They should be Yuan 20 and Yuan 35 on the devil rankings. They should be the 2 that you two have squeezed out." Chuanmu raised his head and looked at the 2 people that were emitting terrifying auras in the distance. Lowering his head, he looked at Yun Nuashing and said, "Junior brother, what do you plan to do?" "I'm not interested." This kind of person who was squeezed out of his position by someone else and didn't try to fight his way back up, but instead came to find trouble with the person who squeezed out his position. He's either retarded or narrow-minded. Yun Nuashing faintly shot a glance at the 2 of them, after which he yawned and said, "It just so happens that I don't like to pay attention to these 2 people." Yun Nuashing stretched his waist and gave a soft laugh to Zian, who was quietly standing by the side. "Let's go, lass. We're going to the spiritual light pagoda." Seeing that he was really going to leave, Chuanmu and the others could not help but bitterly smile. This junior brother was truly ferocious. That figure stood proudly in the air. His ice-cold eyes stared at the freshman below as he furiously roared, "Can't you hear my words? Where are the two nameless freshmen? Since they dared to squeeze us out of the devil rankings, they don't dare to show their faces." Only then did the freshmen below react. So they were here to find trouble because they had been squeezed out of the rankings. However, the problem was that they did not know the two of them. Senior brother, none of us among the freshmen know the two of them. One of the freshmen hesitated for a moment before taking a step forward and clasping his hands as he shouted. They did not know who the two of them were. "You don't know." The two of them coldly laughed. Their voices were like rolling waves as they spread out. "I think they must have hidden themselves. Cowards. I thought that there would be some powerful characters among the freshmen this year, but they are all cowards. They must have cheated to get their spots." The cold ridicule of this fellow caused the complexions of many of the freshmen to turn ugly. Among them, there were quite a number of powerful freshmen. However, they were afraid of the strength of the two of them and could only endure it. Outside the small palace beside the lake, Yun Nuashing, who had put on her hat and mask, was about to fly in the direction of the spiritual light pagoda. However, when they heard this voice, they abruptly stopped in their tracks. Xian did not think much of it. However, when he turned his head and saw Yun Nuashing's gradually darkening expression, he sighed softly and took a small step back. He softly said, "Little star, have mercy. Killing is not allowed in the Far Light Academy." When Chuan Mu and Mountain heard this, they were stunned. When they saw Yun Nuashing's darkening expression, their hearts could not help but jump. Zhong Songling hurriedly advised, "Junior, don't be impulsive. The two of them have the strength of the 8th or 9th seal of the devil rank. Even if you can snatch their spots, you have just entered the academy and have a weak foundation. You should endure it for now." Yun Nuashing looked at her in astonishment. Soon after, she smiled and said, "Senior, thank you for your reminder. If there is a way to remove the two of us from the devil ranking, we don't mind enduring it. However, since such an accident has occurred, blindly enduring it will disturb my state of mind. To put it bluntly, I hate it. Therefore, it's enough for something like this to happen once. Before they do anything to annoy me, let me deal with it as soon as possible." Yun Nuashing grinned. The moment the last word left her mouth, she stomped her foot on the ground. After that, from 1,000 meters away, a gigantic flame pillar suddenly soared into the sky. The purplish-red flame pillar appeared very suddenly. The two seniors and the many new students didn't even have time to react. They only felt that the temperature of the world had suddenly risen by several hundred times. Then, a purplish-red light swallowed the two of them. The flame pillar shot straight into the sky, illuminating the entire Longguang Academy. Everyone slowly stopped and stared blankly at the flame pillar. Chapter 617. Yun Nuashing indifferently looked at the fire pillar. There was not the slightest fluctuation in his eyes, as if he was doing something meaningless. Such a lazy appearance made Chuan Mu and the others speechless. The energy contained in the fire pillar made even their hearts palpitate. TSK, TSK, there seems to be an incredible fellow among this batch of freshmen. Yesterday he took the position of a senior, and today he's showing off his strength. I heard that the two who were originally ranked 20th and 35th went to find trouble. One of them used the wood element, while the other used the lightning element. Looking at the situation, could it be that they were completely defeated? They were defeated without even seeing the person? Very powerful. In any case, I know that I wouldn't be able to block that flame for even a second. The students of the Far Light Academy couldn't help but be speechless as they looked at the fire pillar that soared into the sky. Their faces were covered in sweat. With this temperature, if they stood in the center of the fire pillar, they would have already been burned to ashes. The fire pillar didn't last for long. It only lasted for half a minute before it suddenly dissipated. Even the purplish-red light that shrouded the heaven and earth also faded. The extremely high temperature also slowly decreased. However, there was a huge hole left where the fire pillar was, and even the surrounding trees were burned down. Looking at the 2 pieces of charcoal lying on the ground like dead dogs, Yun Nuashing sighed. He didn't use his full strength. The power of the divine flame was something that even gods feared. Using it to deal with these students was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Senior sister, senior brother, I've made a fool of myself. Yun Nuashing turned his head and looked at Zhong Songling, Guyu, and the others. He smiled and cupped his hands. The faces of Zhong Songbai and the others twitched. Even Chuan Mu and the others couldn't help wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads. Just where did this brat come from? Are you really a demon rank 1? Even if you're a magic array master, this strength is a bit fake. Looking at the 2 people who were burned to ashes without being able to resist, Lin Kuei couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Yun Nuashing spread his hands. Not to mention the divine flame. He was able to control the power of space with the strength of a demon rank. This was already in the category of an inhuman. Only those who were familiar with him would know how terrifying the power he controlled was. We're going to the Spirit Light Pagoda. Senior sisters, are you going too? Yun Nuashing turned around and smiled, devilishly bewitching people. When Yun Nuashing's group arrived at the Spirit Light Pagoda, they saw that the gathering place was still packed with people. Even though they were prepared, they still couldn't help but be a little surprised. The flow of people in this place seemed to never stop. The moment they landed, Yun Nuashing noticed that many gazes were focused on them. Then they quickly turned to look at the huge sword mountain. Among the many people, there was only one person with fluttering, colorful hair that left a deep impression. That person's figure was very similar to the person wearing a black and gold half mask in front of them. Oh no! Yun Nuashing felt that something bad was about to happen when she saw those red and green eyes. She couldn't help but stroke her mask. Yuan, she had once said that his long hair was shiny and colorful and could be seen from 10 miles away. She reckoned that he was the only person in the Yuanguang Academy who could do that. Oi, look over there. Could that person be the 20th ranker on the Devil Rankings? That fellow who snatched the 20th ranker on the first day? That lass is really lively. If she grows up a little, but do freshmen have such powerful strength? I can't see through that fellow's rank. The upper limit of the Yuanguang Academy is Devil ranked 3 seals. Could it be that she can snatch the position of Devil ranked 9 seals with just the strength of Devil ranked 3 seals? Hearing the voices in her surroundings, Yun Nuashing couldn't calm her heart even if she wanted to. She clenched her teeth so hard that creaking sounds could be heard. However, she couldn't do anything about it. She really didn't have any male characteristics on her body. She couldn't even see her Adam's apple. Other than that thing that could show that she was a man, she could only say that she was reaping what she sowed. Ignoring the whispers and strange gazes, Yun Nuashing walked straight towards the spiritual light tower. Elder Lu, whom he had seen yesterday, was also standing at the entrance. When he saw Yun Nuashing walking over, Elder Lu's gaze also turned over. His aged eyes slightly narrowed, seemingly wanting to see through Yun Nuashing. Just as Yun Nuashing walked up the stairs, before she could say anything, a figure abruptly appeared before her, blocking her path. The young man's long hair fluttered despite there being no wind. His entire body was filled with surging vitality, and there was a look of anger on his face. The aura he emitted caused the people in the surroundings to be filled with shock as they hurriedly retreated. You are the new student ranked 20th on the Devil Rankings? A voice that contained a hint of anger slowly rang out. With elemental energy surged in the surroundings, causing even the trees not far away to sway. Under this pressure, the students who were retreating were unable to catch their breath as they scrambled to run away. Ranked 30th on the Devil Rankings by Faye. Please give me some pointers. The young man by the name of Bai Fei gave a furious roar as the wood elemental energy, spiraling around his body, suddenly erupted. Like a surging green wave, it smashed towards Yun Nuashing in an earth-shattering manner. Within the green wave, one could see densely packed vines that were like long swords concealed within the wave. The wood elemental energy represented vitality and life. However, everyone could feel a sharp killing intent radiating from it. Seeing how ruthless Bai Fei was right from the start, Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she clenched her right hand. Blazing fire elemental energy rapidly condensed within her palm. Within the purplish-red flames, there were faint golden particles revolving around. Stop! Just as Yun Nuashing was planning to send Bai Fei flying with a palm strike, a roar abruptly rang out, causing her to be stunned for a moment before she hastily dissipated the energy that she had condensed. Bai Fei also unwillingly curled his lips. However, he did not continue to attack. In an instant, the green wave dissipated into nothingness. Yun Nuashing turned her head around and looked at the person who had spoken. Surprisingly, it was Elder Lu, who was standing at the entrance of the spiritual light pagoda. Seeing the furious expression on Elder Lu's face, Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. You stinking brats want to overturn the heavens, right? You dare to fight in front of this old man. Do you want me to ban you from entering the spiritual light pagoda? If you want to fight, scram to the battle arena and the Battle King stage. Elder Lu coldly snorted as he walked before the two of them and shot a glance at them. Elder Lu, I didn't mean it that way. It's just that I got a little agitated after seeing the appearance of this new student. I'm sorry. Bai Fei's entire body quivered from the roar, and he hastily cupped his hands towards Elder Lu as a drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Yun Nuashing curled her lips and did not say anything. However, she also cupped her hands towards Elder Lu. She still had to put on an act on the surface. If there's a next time, I'll ban you from entering the spiritual light pagoda for a month. Elder Lu flicked his sleeve and turned his gaze towards the surrounding students. His face could not help but darken as he roared. What are all of you still standing here for? Why aren't you going in? If you feel that you've had enough time to train, I can help you adjust the difficulty. Hearing Elder Lu's roar, the faces of the pale-faced students became even paler as they cried out in fear. After which, they quickly rushed towards the huge golden pagoda with a flash. They were afraid that if they continued to stay here, the former would really adjust the difficulty of the trial. Bai Fei's entire body trembled as he shot a glance at Yun Nuashing. Without saying a word, he also rushed into the spiritual light pagoda. Chuan Mu and the rest felt that it was a pity that they did not manage to see the fire pillar clearly. They thought that they would be able to see how Yun Nuashing did it this time. After shouting at the surrounding crowd to retreat, Elder Lu looked towards Yun Nuashing and faintly laughed. Ah, you've come. Do you have a rank 6 war god token this time? Yun Nuashing smiled and nodded her head. With a flip of her hand, she took out the rectangular token that had a large 9 written on it. Rank 9 war god token. Kid, you're really surprising. Seeing the 9 words, Elder Lu was stunned for a moment. Subsequently, he could not help but laugh and said, At first, this old man thought that there was a problem with the demon rankings. However, after seeing this, the suspicion in my heart has been dispelled. Hearing that, Yun Nuashing lowered her head and glanced at the war god token. Then, she turned her head and gave Chuan Mu and the rest a puzzled look. The war god token evaluates your strength based on your attacks. In other words, the war god token has already recognized that you have the strength of a demon rank 9 seal. As for the demon rankings, other than using the war god token to test your strength, you can also take the initiative to challenge the people on the demon rankings to replace their ranking. Zhong Songbai said softly, Therefore, there are quite a few people who believe that you managed to occupy the position by defeating the person who was originally ranked 20. Lin Xian said, "Oh, then, Elder, can I enter now?" Yun Nuashing suddenly understood and cupped her hands towards Elder Lu, smiling. "Go, go, go. Take it slow. Since this is your first time here, you should take it easy. After entering, you will be given a crystal. If you feel that the trial is dangerous, just crush the crystal and exit. I guarantee that you will be unharmed. If you come out dead, you will be heavily injured. You don't wish to be bedridden for several months, right?" Elder Lu stroked his beard and reminded with a smile. Yun Nuashing nodded. Originally, she wanted to ask what was inside the trial of light, but after opening her mouth, she discovered that she was unable to say anything. Hence, she decided not to ask. In any case she was about to enter, she could just watch by herself. "Junior brother, be careful. Although your combat strength is comparable to a demon rank 9 seal, the trial of light is an all-round test. It doesn't only test your combat strength. You must be careful. If you really can't handle it, just retreat. It's not worth it to be heavily injured just for a single cultivation session." Zhong Songling took a step forward and reminded in a soft voice. "MH got it. Thank you, senior sister." Yun Nuashing smiled and nodded. He will go in first. This time, we must pass the 4th stage." Chuan Nuashing laughed and patted his shoulder. Then her figure flashed, and she rushed into the spiritual light pagoda. Behind her, Zhong Songling and Lin Kuei also rushed in. "Be careful. If you can't handle it, just give up." Zi Yan walked forward and gently tidied up his clothes as she spoke in a soft voice. "MHM, be careful. If there's trouble when I'm not around, don't fight with others." Yun Nuashing nodded. His words were, of course, referring to the trouble that might come knocking on their door. He was not at ease letting her act alone. "Kid, go quickly. With this old man here, I won't let anyone mess around." Elder Lu could not help but roll his eyes when he saw that Yun Nuashing did not enter after so long. With a dry laugh, Yun Nuashing smiled at Mountain and the other two. Then he turned around and rushed into the spiritual light pagoda. When he rushed into the spiritual light pagoda, a thin layer of light suddenly enveloped him. Then the space in front of him slightly distorted. Yun Nuashing keenly felt a weak spatial energy that seemed to want to teleport him away. Seeing this, Yun Nuashing smiled faintly and carefully wrapped himself with the power of stars. Then the light screen slightly shook. The token in his hand also emitted a faint light, and a precise 1500 energy value was deducted. When the energy value was deducted, his figure was also taken away by the light screen and disappeared. Chapter 618. Buzz! When Yun Nuashing disappeared from the spiritual light pagoda with the light screen, he felt the space around him turn fuzzy for a moment. Immediately after, a faint energy fluctuation abruptly appeared. The energy fluctuation felt extremely familiar to him, as though it was an aura of the same origin. Yun Nuashing raised his head and looked ahead. Looking at the crystal floating in front of him, he casually stored it away. After that, he cast his gaze into the distance, as astonishment surfaced in his eyes. What appeared before him was a vast hall. The walls were green and red in color, with many strange murals painted on them. A golden path was laid beneath his feet, leading straight to the front. At the end of his line of sight there was an open door, and behind the door was a spiral staircase. The entire space was filled with resplendent golden particles. These resplendent golden particles were extremely berserk, as they rapidly scuttled about in the space. In this place there was no other energy, except for the extremely dense light element. Within this large hall there was no other figure. From the looks of it, the light screen had transported him here. However, everyone was transported to an independent space and wouldn't be affected by it. The trial of light is divided into 12 stages. Every stage has a different method of obstruction. However, no matter what, as long as you pass through the door, you'll be considered to have passed. After climbing the stairs, you'll be able to reach the second stage. After entering the spiritual light pagoda, Yun Nuashing received some information, which made him ponder. The conditions for passing seemed simple, but the obstruction might be so strong that it was beyond his imagination. This golden path seemed to be very long, but with his strength, pushing the light element to the limit, it would only take a few tenths of a second to pass through it. My light element is resonating with the light element here. Raising his hand and looking at the light particles circulating around his body, Yun Nuashing had a pensive look. If people with other elements were to cultivate here, they would be suppressed by the light element, which would increase their cultivation speed. Yun Nuashing clenched his fists, looking at the red crystal floating before him. He recalled Elder Lu's words and stored it away. Raising his foot, he took a step forward. He didn't directly rush over. If it was so easy to pass through, then this so-called trial of light would seem like child's play. When he raised his foot and walked into the large hall, the light element that filled the sky seemed to have a reaction, as it slowly condensed together. Thereafter, under Yun Nuashing's gaze, it slowly condensed into golden figures of humans and beasts. The surging light element stirred the energy in this place into an extremely chaotic state. Gradually, those human figures and demonic beasts filled the entire large hall, both the sky and the ground. Every single one of them had their eyes on Yun Nuashing. Has the trial of the first stage begun? Yun Nuashing looked at the thousands of people and magical beasts and took a deep breath. He clenched his fist, and the power of the stars gathered to form a huge sword. Then he stretched out his left hand and waved at the thousands of people and magical beasts that had gathered. Roar! It seemed that Yun Nuashing's provocation had stimulated the tens of thousands of elemental creatures. The ear-piercing roar resounded through the large hall and poured into his mind. His figure froze for a moment, but returned to normal in an instant. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath, opened his mouth, and roared. He also condensed a huge star sword in his hands. Carrying the two huge swords, he charged into the army of light elements. The surging star power surged out like a tide, and the two swords violently swept out in front of him. Chi! The huge sword swept out and scattered the hundreds of giant beasts in front of him, turning them into a pile of brilliant light particles. However, they didn't completely dissipate. Those light particles slowly condensed in midair, and in less than half a minute, they condensed into hundreds of giant beasts. An endless army, and each one of them has the strength of a fifth seal of the demon step. Even a sixth seal of the demon step would have a hard time dealing with them. Moreover, they are light elements. Yun Nuashing saw the giant beasts that had condensed once again and smiled faintly. After muttering the last 3 words to himself, he suddenly swung his sword behind him. There was nothing there at first, but when the huge sword swung, a human figure suddenly appeared and was struck by the huge sword, dissipating into light particles. You're fast, but I'm also someone who possesses the light element. Yun Nuashing faced the sky and roared. His surging fighting spirit soared into the sky. He stamped his feet on the ground, and his figure rushed into the endless army like a golden arrow. The explosive power of the two swords surged in the air, and those golden giant beasts and human figures were slapped into the sky and then fell to the ground. It was as if there was a rain of humans and beasts. Heavenly moat, chaotic sword formation. Yun Nuashing shouted loudly and brandished the two huge swords with both hands. His 4 limbs were fluttering rapidly as if he was performing a gorgeous sword dance. The power of stars condensed on the 2 swords, and with every slash, chop, and flick, it transformed into huge sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks that flew in all directions. Yun Nuashing didn't use his full strength right from the start, because he knew that this was only the first stage. He wanted to pass through the 7th stage, and not the 1st, 3rd, or 4th stage. He needed to save some strength to deal with the later stages. He could advance and retreat freely in this army of light elements. Every time he swung his sword, hundreds of giant beasts and human figures would dissipate. This was under the condition that he didn't use a divine artifact. If he used a divine artifact, he might be able to destroy all the creatures here with a casual swing of his sword. Not enough, not enough. Still not enough. The golden radiance heavily fell on Yun Nuashing's back, and his leaping body lightly trembled. He didn't even look behind him, and with a loud laugh, a huge spear rushed out from behind him, piercing through the giant beast that had ambushed him from behind, and sticking it into the wall of the main hall. Under this kind of attack, Yun Nuashing discovered a mysterious place. If he stopped, the countless army would also stop. If he retreated, a portion of the giant beasts and human figures would retreat. But if he moved forward, the endless firepower of the army would cover the sky and cover the earth, smashing down on him. The deeper we go, the denser the light elements are, and the things in the surroundings have the strength of the sixth seal. The huge sword that had been swung thousands of times paused. Yun Nuashing sized up the situation around him, and his gaze was fixed on the door less than 100 meters in front of him. He sighed softly and muttered to himself, "Let's end this." After saying that, he slammed the two starry swords in his hands together and then raised them high above his head. The surging power of the stars seemed to be limitless as it gushed out and landed behind him, quickly condensing into 12 huge swords that were more than 100 meters in length. Heavenly moat, world-slaying array. Yun Nuashing lightly shouted. The two swords in his hands fiercely slashed down, and the 12 enormous swords followed his movements and fiercely slashed downwards. Wherever the edge of the swords passed, even the air was split into two. Before the enormous swords arrived, the compressed air condensed into an enormous air cannon, and with a bang it smashed downwards, smashing open a huge pit that was several meters large on the floor of the hall. Those golden beasts and human figures were all blasted into pieces, and after that the 12 enormous swords also fell from the sky. Rumble! The 12-sword cheese burst out the instant the huge swords fell and rushed forward while roaring. Along the way, they left huge sword scars on the floor of the main hall, and the endless light elemental army in front of them was also torn apart by the berserk sword cheese. When Yun Nuashing saw that the sword cheese had torn apart the army of tens of thousands, he wrapped his body in light elements and flashed through, rushing through the door. Turning his head, he saw that the endless army outside the door had put down the weapons in their hands and were looking at him through the door. They didn't chase after him, and were densely packed in the air, looking at him in a daze. Turning his head to look at the endless army, Yun Nuashing frowned, but didn't think too much about it. Turning around, he stepped onto the spiral staircase and rushed up. After running for a while, Yun Nuashing passed through the door and saw another main hall, one that was exactly the same as the first floor. But when he stepped into the main hall, he didn't see the endless army. Raising his head, he saw dazzling golden dark clouds condensing on the roof of the main hall. From time to time, they would flicker with powerful rays of light, as if a sun was flickering behind the dark clouds. Lowering his head, he looked at the walls of the main hall. When he stepped in, the walls also lit up with some rays of light. At this time, the rays of light had already stopped and turned into several huge golden arrays. These were light elemental arrays, and the entire space was filled with berserk energy. Yun Nuashing frowned and raised his head to look at the golden thunderclouds. He raised his foot and took a step forward. Suddenly, the golden thunderclouds in the sky moved, as if an ancient giant beast was roaring, filled with the might of the world. Boom! The dark clouds churned, and in the next moment, a huge golden lightning bolt tore through the dark clouds and space. Then, with lightning speed, it fiercely bombarded Yun Nuashing below. The golden heavenly lightning struck Yun Nuashing, causing his body to tremble slightly. He felt a slight stinging pain, but his expression changed slightly. Then he actually grinned. "I thought it was really lightning elemental, but it turned out to be a lightning attack formed by light elemental condensation. Yun Nuashing laughed. Moreover, since it was an energy attack, there was no need to be afraid. He had the spiritual divine body, and was the least afraid of energy attacks. No matter how much energy came at him, he could swallow it all in one gulp. The arrays on both sides of the walls slowly came to life at this moment. Beams of dazzling golden light shot out, but when they touched Yun Nuashing, they all disappeared, leaving behind a golden light that wrapped around his body, making his aura even more powerful. He wasn't affected at all, and couldn't even be stopped for a moment. Phew! This energy attack should be able to seriously injure an expert of the 8th seal of the devil rank easily. Yun Nuashing sighed softly, looking at the dense heavenly lightning and the golden light beams that came from all directions in the hall like an aurora. His cheeks couldn't help but twitch. Even a person at the peak of the devil rank wouldn't be unscathed under such a dense and saturated bombardment. It didn't take long for Yun Nuashing to reach the stairs of the 2nd floor, and then ran up the stairs. When Yun Nuashing appeared on the 3rd floor, his body obviously paused for a moment, and his eyebrows twitched slightly. Gravity. Yun Nuashing looked at the hall that looked exactly the same as before. There were no changes in the hall, no golden thunderclouds, and no arrays, but he felt an astonishing gravity. No, that's right. That's right, the 1st and 2nd floors below are supported by gravity, but when I reach the 3rd floor, the gravity here is stronger and more obvious. Yun Nuashing muttered to himself. Then he raised his head and smiled bitterly. Each floor has a different level of difficulty. The gravity here can affect me, but what about the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th floors? Thinking of this, he felt a headache, and the pain went to his brain. Chapter 619. The hall was completely empty, with only the powerful gravitational force descending from the sky, trying to crush the space. Yun Nuashing took a step forward. The 2 starlight, great swords in his hands didn't disappear, and were still tightly gripped in his hands. Just as he took a step forward, he stopped. This was because he saw that in the space in front of him, there was an additional person, or rather, there were 9 people in a line. When he turned around, he could see these 9 people. Looks like it's not completely empty. Yun Nuashing faintly smiled. These 9 figures were all dressed in golden robes and held huge golden weapons in their hands. These 9 people were clearly condensed from the light element. Defeat us, and you can advance. The person at the front raised his head and glanced at Yun Nuashing. His deep and hoarse voice reverberated in the hall, startling Yun Nuashing. Weren't they just dummies? He originally thought that they were humanoid creatures condensed from the light element. He didn't expect them to be able to speak. Good. Yun Nuashing smiled and nodded. The instant he said the word good, his figure instantly disappeared. The first person was also startled. Light element surged out, but before he could react, a starlight great sword pierced through his body and stabbed into his chest. Only then did the word end, so powerful. You also wield the light element. The first person raised his head and glanced at Yun Nuashing. He smiled faintly and clapped his hands. Soon after, he said, "Go directly to the 6th person. The first 5 can't stop you." Yun Nuashing stared blankly for a moment, then nodded. He didn't pull out the starlight greatsword, but let it dissipate. Soon after, it condensed in his hands again. He cupped his hands towards the first person and ran towards the 6th person. The first 5 didn't stop him and only nodded at him. His footsteps stopped 10 meters in front of the 6th person. The 6th person raised his head and frowned when he sensed Yun Nuashing's valiant fighting intent and the light element that was about to condense. Clang! Just as he furrowed his brows slightly, the huge golden axe in his hand was suddenly placed horizontally in front of his chest. Just as he stopped moving, a huge starry sword swept past the huge axe, and a series of metal clashing sounds were heard. Yun Nuashing looked at the 6th person in shock. This was the first time his advance had been blocked. As a light elemental wielder, it's naturally important to make the first strike. But if the first strike fails, You'll be putting yourself in danger. The sixth person said indifferently. His hands that were holding the giant axe trembled slightly, and his body suddenly disappeared from the spot. He appeared beside Yun Nuashing, who had yet to put away her sword. The giant axe slashed down with a golden light. Just as it was slashed out, one could see that the axe had already hit the ground. Clang! Another metal clashing sound was heard. The sixth person, who was slashing down with his huge axe, only felt a tremendous force coming from the axe. That force was so great that he couldn't hold onto his huge axe, and it was sent flying. The energy within his body surged, and the light element he condensed became unstable. It took only a split second for him to regain his senses. He already saw that Yun Nuashing had placed the starry sword across his neck, causing him to open his eyes wide in astonishment. Turning his eyes, he saw that on the right side of Yun Nuashing's body, where his huge axe had just slashed down, there was a thin, yet incomparably solid light shield. It was this shield that had blocked the huge axe. You've won. Go to the ninth person. Perhaps he can give you some pressure. The sixth person shook his head with a bitter smile. His golden eyes took a deep look at Yun Nuashing. Wasn't this guy just a demon rank? How could he be so monstrous? Yun Nuashing cupped his hands and arrived in front of the ninth person with his huge sword. Before he could stand firm, he felt a blur before his eyes. Then a feeling of danger pressed down on him like a huge beast, causing him to be startled for a split second. That light shield of his subconsciously blocked his chest. Then light elements surged, and a magical array condensed in an instant. Suppress! Clang! Clang! Boom! When the light shield appeared and the magical array condensed, a huge hand rapidly appeared on the light shield. An extremely powerful force pressed down on the light shield, causing it to ripple. This attack didn't stop. The huge golden spear streaked across the sky with a dazzling golden light, piercing towards Yun Nuashing's abdomen. A huge starry sword also instantly appeared in its trajectory. It took a long time to describe, but when the voice fell, the 8 people all turned their gazes over. When they saw that the ninth person had been nailed to the wall by Yun Nuashing's sword, they all shuddered violently. In that split second, the two had exchanged at least 12 blows. You've won. Go up. When the ninth person saw that he had been nailed to the wall, he was somewhat dazed. He only remembered that he had slapped 3 times, chopped 3 times, and stabbed 3 times in a row. Then he felt a blur before his eyes. When he came back to his senses, he was already in his current state. Phew! That was close. I'm really glad that I don't have a light elemental opponent in the real world. I've only fought 3 battles here, and in 2 battles, I was extremely tense. Sometimes I didn't even know if my feelings were right or wrong, and could only rely on my feelings to fight. My brain simply couldn't react in time. It's really tiring. Yun Nuashing wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and bitterly smiled. The battle between light elementals is like this. 50% of the people who came to the 3rd floor were blocked by the first person, 20% by the 6th person, and the remaining people only had a 1% chance of slipping away with some luck, the 9th person said calmly. Then he smiled. Congratulations, your use and understanding of the light element is extremely brilliant. I reckon that even the 4th floor won't be able to stop you. Then I'll count on your auspicious words. Yun Nuashing smiled as he waved his hand, dissipating the huge star sword. Then he turned around and walked through the door, stepping onto the stairs leading to the 4th floor. When Yun Nuashing stepped onto the 4th floor, the spiritual light pagoda suddenly lit up with an extremely intense radiance, lighting up the sky, causing the entire spiritual light pagoda to turn into a flowing golden color. Such a miraculous scene caused the people outside the spiritual light pagoda to stop. They raised their heads and looked at the scene. After being stunned for a moment, they seemed to have thought of something. When Elder Lu saw this scene, he was also stunned for a moment. Then he softly smiled. It seems that someone has reached the 4th floor. I wonder who it is. If he's able to pass the 4th floor, he'll be the 2nd person in the academy. Hearing Elder Lu's words, Xian and Mei Mao faintly flickered. She took a deep breath. She didn't know why, but she felt that the person who had reached the 4th floor should be Little Star, do your best. After saying that in her heart, Xian took another deep breath and looked straight at the huge golden door in front of her. She didn't know how many students were drooling and staring at her just by standing there. If it wasn't for Elder Lu sitting at the side, there would have already been people coming over to strike up a conversation with her. The 4th floor was still a vast hall. It was exactly the same as the 3 floors below. However, there was only one thing here. It was a huge golden array that was 100 feet long. Array. When Yun Nuoxing saw this array, she was immediately stunned. She wasn't scared silly. Instead, she was inexplicably happy. She was so happy that she wanted to laugh out loud. What he was best at other than weapons was arrays. His talent in arrays, which even Yi Shi praised endlessly, wasn't just for show. After being stunned for a long time, Yun Nuoxing rubbed her eyes. When she was sure that she was still looking at an array, she looked at the information in her mind. Finally, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Crack or destroy the array, or withstand the attack of the array for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Is there a better choice? Obviously not. After laughing for a while, Yun Nuoxing took a step forward and arrived in front of the golden array. Raising his head, his evil spirit eye began to slowly operate. Small arrays appeared in front of his eyes, then overlapped and condensed together, floating in front of his 2 eyes. There were also 2 palm-sized arrays sandwiched in between the many small arrays. After seeing through the array with a glance, Yun Nuoxing began to analyze. An advanced demigod array can release and condense a large amount of energy. It can lock onto the enemy. Once the enemy is locked onto, the follow-up attacks won't miss. If it's used together with other arrays, it can also lock onto the enemy. If you want to crack it with brute force, you'll probably need to use an attack comparable to a demigod 9th cycle attack. If you want to crack it, you'll need to use an attack comparable to a demigod 9th cycle attack. If you want to crack it, you'll need to use an attack comparable to a demigod 9th cycle attack. If you want to crack it, you'll need to use an attack comparable to a demigod 9th cycle attack. Isn't it better to use brute force? After finishing her analysis, Yun Nuoxing raised her head in astonishment. Soon after, she smiled and shook her head. How could she use brute force to crack it? Arrays were her pride, so she had to treat them carefully. If Yi Shi knew that she had used brute force to crack a demigod array, she'd beat her to death. Then I'll slowly crack it. It'll only take a minute. Let's see if I can secretly learn it. Yun Nuoxing rubbed her head and chuckled. The array that had condensed in front of her slowly dispersed, floating towards the 300-meter large array. While Yun Nuoxing was leisurely trying to crack the formation with a playful attitude, outside the spiritual light pagoda, in the sky, countless sounds of wind breaking rang out. Many figures appeared near the spiritual light pagoda, and even some teachers and elders had come. Originally, the spiritual light pagoda was a place that gathered a lot of people. Now that it was emitting golden light, it attracted the attention of countless people. Not long after the spiritual light pagoda appeared, many people flew over. At this moment, there was already a sea of people. With a single glance, there was only a dense mass of people. Judging from the reaction of the spiritual light pagoda, who managed to pass the 4th level, it has been a long time since someone went up there. Although those in the top 30 of the Devil Rank Combat Prowess rankings have all managed to ascend to the 4th level, that was under the circumstances where their lives were on the line. Very few people would really fight to the death with the person guarding the 3rd level. Someone looked at the people in the surroundings of the spiritual light pagoda and couldn't help but be speechless. Hey, do you guys think that the person in the 1st place wants to attempt to ascend to the 5th level? That's why such a commotion is happening. How is that possible? The elders have said that it's impossible to pass the 5th level unless one is at the initial god rank. Look, there are quite a few people ranked at the top of the devil ranking. The 7th ranked Lin Kuei, the 8th ranked Chuan Mu, and the 10th ranked Zhong Songling have all come out. Glancing outside the spiritual light pagoda, they saw Chuan Mu and a few others. They had come out after sensing the change in the spiritual light pagoda. Right now, they were standing beside Elder Lu, looking at the glowing spiritual light pagoda with a heavy expression. Did you miss something? Look to the side. The 2nd ranked Zhao Wenyao and the 3rd ranked Ding Mingyu are both here. Do you think that the person with the most monstrous talent is really attempting to ascend to the 4th level? Could it be that he has already entered the demigod rank and wants to attempt to ascend to the 5th level? Demigod rank? I wonder when he will be able to reach that level. Some people sighed. Those who were able to enter the Highlight Academy were sufficient to prove some things. The majority of them were people with extremely good talent, but when facing this level, they still felt that it was very far away. Where's junior brother? Beside Elder Lu, Zhong Songling and Zian stood there. The two of them had different auras and attracted the gazes of the majority of the people here. Although one of them was wearing a hat, it didn't stop people from wanting to get close to her. Zhong Songling glanced at the open door, but no matter how she looked, she didn't see Yin Nuoxing's figure. She couldn't help but look at Zian. I have no idea. Maybe she's still cultivating inside. Zian shook her head lightly and pulled her hat down even lower. Even her willow eyebrows were pressed under the hat. The surrounding gazes made her feel uncomfortable. Seeing this, Zhong Songling gave Chuan Mu and the other to look. The latter and the others understood and took a step forward. It looked like they were taking a step forward, but they blocked many of the gazes that were looking at Ziyan. There were many people coming and going, causing the spiritual light pagoda to be filled with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Even the sky wasn't spared. The hubbub of voices rang out unceasingly. Almost half of the people here were guessing who the person who lit up the spiritual light pagoda was. From the top ranker of the devil ranking to some elders, everyone was guessing who it was. Buzz! Just as everyone was discussing spiritedly, a dazzling golden light erupted from the spiritual light pagoda, shooting into the sky and transforming into a pillar of light. The brilliant golden light caused countless people to turn their gazes over as their hearts surged with emotions. Elder Lu couldn't be more familiar with this and was the first to suck in a breath of cold air. The 4th level has been cleared. The 4th level has been cleared. Elder Lu stared at the golden pillar of light, his eyes filled with disbelief. At this moment, the golden pillar of light illuminated the entire Far Light Academy. Countless people raised their heads, and it was as if they saw a golden sky. The 4th level has been cleared. It's about time for him to come out. Back then, that monstrous genius from the Far Light Academy was also sent out with heavy injuries the instant he passed the 4th level. He didn't even get to see what the 5th level looked like. But look at that light, there's no sign of it dimming. In fact, it's even brighter. That person seems to be challenging the 5th level. MHM? Numerous whispers rang out as everyone turned their gazes over to the spiritual light pagoda. Their eyes narrowed. That's right, the 4th level was already drowned out by the pure golden light. And on the 5th level, a small dot of light had appeared. This meant that not only did that person pass the 4th level, he even successfully entered the 5th level. At this instant, those rankers on the devil rankings all furrowed their brows. To others, this might mean that someone had ascended to the 5th level and wouldn't affect them. But to them, this meant that they, the rankers on the devil rankings, had encountered a great enemy. Compared to the shock of the crowd, Zian was even more certain that that person should be none other than Little Star. However, Mei Mao didn't relax in the slightest. On the contrary, she felt even more nervous. The tempering test required him to be able to pass the 7th level, which was the 7th level. This was only the 5th level, and the further one went, the more difficult it would be. His test had just begun. Chapter 6:20. Yun Nuashing, who was in the spiritual light pagoda, naturally didn't know that there were so many people watching from the outside. If he knew, he would immediately give up and inform Xian to use the array to teleport away. But in the outside world, he was trying his best to break through the levels while the people outside were watching curiously. Huff! No wonder that guy who was ranked first on the devil rankings died instantly when he passed the 4th level. If this array is activated, it would be fatal. For activations, for eruptions, for layers of killing intent. However, it won't be a threat to me. Patting his hands, Yun Nuashing glanced at the empty large hall, laughed softly, and stepped onto the stairs to the 5th level. However, when he walked up to the 5th level, an extremely frightening pressure suddenly descended from the sky, causing his expression to change slightly. His usually straight back could not help but sink at this moment. However, he immediately recovered. Previously, when he was in the 6 paths of reincarnation, he was pressured by the God Emperor level Black Beast using a Heaven Taboo level gravity array. The gravity he felt now was not as strong as it was back then. The gravity of the 5th level is more than 10 times stronger than the 4th level. According to this calculation, the 6th level is 100 times stronger than the 4th level. Then, the 7th level should be 1,000 times stronger. It should be the same strength as the Heaven Taboo gravity array that I had to endure. Yun Nuashing silently calculated in his heart and took a deep breath. If he continued to calculate, it would really be terrifying. I wonder what the test of the 5th level is. It can't be just gravity, right? Looking at the hall before him, the hall of the 5th level was dark in his eyes. Perhaps it was because of the pressure here, but he felt very suppressed. Taking a deep breath, some sweat appeared on Yun Nuashing's face. A formless pressure, a formless energy, wrapped around his body. Huff! I can guess a little. Let's give it a try. Feeling the pressure, Yun Nuashing let out a long breath and swallowed his saliva. He raised his leg and took a step forward. Boom! The pressure that suddenly descended was like a mountain or a star field descending on his body, causing Yun Nuashing's body to shrink. His face turned pale. The gravity suddenly increased by 100 times? That's not right. It's not gravity. It's the pressure of a god who has condensed gravity. Gritting her teeth, Yun Nuashing's face was drenched in sweat. She stubbornly raised her head and looked at the space in front of her. She took 2 deep breaths, and there was a determined and bitter smile at the corner of her mouth. What kind of joke was this? Was she going to walk the rest of the way like this? Me. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and suddenly took a second step. The force of this step caused the ground to rumble and his expression to turn sluggish. He felt as though he had walked into a place filled with elasticity. It was as though he was pressing down on a rubber ball with all his might, and the ball that was stuck and was about to pop out his fingers. There was a force in front of him that was pushing him away, not allowing him to move forward. I don't believe it. Yun Nuashing fiercely clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Her eyes were bright as if they were about to burn. She stared fixedly at the door in the distance. She lifted her right foot and suddenly took a step forward. The silent pressure became even heavier. Why? It's not like I haven't felt the pressure of a god emperor before. The resonance of all the divine weapons in my body was able to resist it. This is only a godson. The pressure of a first-stage god. Why? Yun Nuashing roared and panted like a cow. He didn't understand. This was only the pressure of a godson. Why couldn't he withstand it? There were so many weapons hidden in his body that were enough to kill gods. Divine weapons? That's right. Where are my divine weapons? However, just as he finished roaring, he was stunned. That's right. Where were his divine weapons? He hadn't used any divine weapons from the moment he entered. Even now, he still hadn't used any. Thinking of this, Yun Nuashing lowered her head, trembling. She pulled up her sleeves and revealed the light patterns on her forearms and the back of her hands. However, she discovered that the light patterns had lost their luster, as though they were just colorful tattoos. The divine weapons had been banned? Yun Nuashing murmured in shock. His palm suddenly touched his face, but he didn't feel the half-mask on his face. He remembered that he had come in wearing a mask, but it was gone now. Yun Nuashing took a few deep breaths. He suddenly raised his head and roared. His feet continuously stepped forward, and he suddenly rushed more than 10 meters away. The sudden increase in pressure made him feel that the scene around him was distorted. Moreover, he also smelled the aura of the light element. Since he had the light element, the pressure of the light element shouldn't be so strong. However, the pressure this time was even stronger. All the favorable conditions have all been sealed. Yun Nuashing gritted his teeth. Every time he said a sentence, he took a step forward fiercely. The sweat on his face flowed down his face and dripped onto the ground. However, he didn't stop at all. Otherwise, it would quickly form a puddle on the ground. Roar! Yun Nuashing's face turned red. It was obvious that he had used up all of his strength. Under that huge pressure, he let out a roar and clenched his fists. There was a muffled bang from his back, and 6 colorful wings that were as dazzling as glass suddenly appeared. This caused Yun Nuashing's aura to expand a bit. The huge 6-colored wings created a gust of wind that made him feel the pressure around him weaken a bit. 110, 111, 112, 113. Yun Nuashing's footsteps came to a stop. The power of the stars that he boasted about under such extreme consumption actually showed signs of being exhausted. It seems that other than using a divine, profound skill or overloading a divine weapon, very few people have tried to exhaust the power of the stars like this. Yun Nuashing gritted his teeth and raised his head with difficulty. Drops of sweat gathered into a stream and dripped down his chin. Looking at the distance that was still far away, he took a deep breath and said, "This is only 1/3 of the way. 114, 115, 116, 117. Yun Nuashing roared hysterically and fiercely took step after step forward. He only stopped when he felt that the crystal was really about to dry up. He took a deep breath, and with a slight thought, an energy talisman between his eyebrows exploded. Rolling power spread throughout his body. However, just as he thought that he would be able to recover to his peak state, the enormous energy suddenly disappeared. What? It's gone? Yun Nuashing was shocked when he felt the power in his body suddenly disappear. That energy talisman should have been able to recover all of his power. However, at this moment, he had only recovered 1/10 of it. Furthermore, he tried to detonate a few more energy talismans, but he still didn't recover even 30% of his power. Motherf Asterisker. This is the rhythm of playing me to death. Yun Nuashing grit his teeth and smiled bitterly. He wiped the sweat on his forehead with his palm and was startled for a moment. He realized that his body was emitting bits of glazed light. When he focused his eyes, his meridians were emitting glazed light and golden light. The two colors were blending together. Yun Nuashing was a little surprised. His meridians were originally golden because of the spirit receiving divine body. The glazed light was the result of the glazed divine crystal's transformation. He didn't expect that under such heavy pressure, his meridians would react. He could feel that his body had become a little lighter, but it was only a little lighter. The heavy pressure was still enveloping him from all directions. Roars came one after another, as if they were telling of that person's pain and the oppression in his heart. He should have conserved some of his strength, but with every roar, he took another step forward. Perhaps it was the obsession in these roars that was squeezing out his strength. Su Ming! Su Ming! Su Ming! The scene in front of him was getting darker and darker. That was because his strength and energy had almost dried up. He was about to faint, but he had persevered and walked to this place. The pressure of the god sun level burst out. completely. Not only his energy, but also his mind and soul were under extreme pressure. Even breathing felt like his lungs were filled with lead. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. A terrifying purple-red flame soared into the sky and resisted the roaring pressure. Yun Nuashing's eyes burst out with shocking light. Rays of scarlet runes appeared on his skin. The light that was the mixture of scarlet, glazed, golden, and purple-red was dazzling and terrifying. He didn't look like a human anymore, but more like a monster. Roar! A roar that didn't sound like a human's voice came from his mouth. The 6 colorful wings emitted a glazed light. The purple-red flame around Yun Nuashing's body turned into a sea of fire that spread out as if it wanted to burn down the hall. The runes on his glabella continued to explode, supporting him to burn the star power and his soul. While he was burning all of his power with all of his might, the lines of the receptive spirit, divine physique on his body actually slowly lit up. However, Yun Nuashing, who was burning his power crazily, didn't notice it at all. His right hand opened and loosened, as if he was pinching something with all his might. However, nothing appeared at that place. Roar! 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 A roar like a tiger's roar shook the entire space. White hair with blue stripes grew crazily on Yun Nuashing's arms. Even his handsome face had hair, his fingernails elongated like tiger claws. Red wings appeared on his shoulders. This feature seemed to have fused with foam, and whitey. Crack! As he clenched his right hand, Yun Nuashing heard the sound of something breaking. It seemed that something had escaped his control. A 2-meter-long purple-black giant sword rushed out of his body and appeared in his hand. The hand that was covered in blue and white hair grasped it. The moment he grabbed the Netherworld Ruin sword, Yun Nuashing felt the pressure on him drop drastically. Without the suppression of a divine weapon, he wouldn't have been able to control such a huge amount of energy. If it weren't for the glazed mirror and the glazed divine crystal that he had used to transform his meridians, his body would have exploded and he would have died. Roar! However, he didn't have time to care about that. With a roar that was mixed with the cry of a phoenix and the roar of a tiger, Yun Nuashing raised the dark ruined sword and stepped forward. The light elements wrapped around him and flashed into the depths of the hall. Level 5! Level 5! Level 7! Yun Nuashing looked up to the sky and roared. His goal was the 7th step. How could he stop at the 5th step? Layers of roars echoed as he stepped on the billowing sea of flames and soared aura. He rushed through the door in the most violent manner. The moment he rushed through the door, the monstrous pressure also disappeared in an instant. Buzz! Boom! Outside of the spiritual light tower, numerous figures were watching with shocked gazes as the power of the stars soared into the sky. It spread, diffused, and formed a huge star field in the sky of the Farlight Academy. Specks of starlight adorned the sky, as if night had descended in an instant. At this moment, many people saw the sun, moon, and stars in the sky. It was as if they saw 2 different skies. Those who looked up at the star field couldn't even move their eyes. Those who were observing the scene at a close distance gasped as if they were convulsing. They wanted to suppress the shock in their hearts, but when they looked at the starry sky, they couldn't calm down at all. As for those who were far away in other parts of the academy, they were puzzled. They didn't know what was happening. Chapter 6:21. In the sky, the sun, moon, and stars were all present. It was as if there were 2 skies coexisting. That resplendent star field was brilliant and incomparably gorgeous. Swoosh! However, that resplendent star field only lasted for a few seconds before disappearing. Along with it, the golden light pillar also disappeared. Even the spiritual light pagoda fell silent. Elder Lu's body was trembling violently. Breaking through the 5th step meant that he could step into the 6th step. Although it was only for a few seconds, it was possible that he had crushed the crystal when he was about to break through the 5th step. Otherwise, he should have come out in an instant. "Who is it?" Elder Lu fiercely turned his gaze to the entrance as his breathing became hurried. He was in charge of managing the matters of the spiritual light pagoda. Therefore, he knew that there wasn't a single elder who would come here today. Moreover, the power of stars that erupted from the fifth step was the manifestation of the energy within that person's body. Within the academy, there wasn't a single teacher or elder who possessed the power of stars. The difficulty of the fifth step is something that only those who have stepped into the initial divine realm or the divine sun realm would be able to pass. A student has passed? This is too crazy. Elder Lu stared at the entrance of the spiritual light pagoda. Who exactly was it? Elder Lu wasn't the only one who wanted to know the answer to this question. Countless people in the sky and on the ground were nervously looking at the entrance. Even Zhao Wenyao, who was ranked second on the devil rankings, and Ding Mingyu, who was ranked third, were staring at the entrance. Could it really be him? Or could it be the doing of a teacher or elder of the academy? Countless gazes were nervously and curiously looking at the entrance of the spiritual light pagoda. Since the phenomenon had disappeared, that person should have come out. At this moment, they wished that they could rush into the spiritual light pagoda to capture that person. Elder Lin. Suddenly, an exclamation sounded from an unknown place, causing everyone to hurriedly turn their heads and look towards the source of the sound. They saw a group of people quietly appearing in the densely packed sky. There were quite a number of people in this group whose hair had already turned white. There were 4 figures at that spot. They were actually the 4 new student guides. That kind-looking Elder Lin was also among them. Even the elders have been alarmed. This is incredible. It seems like even the elders are paying close attention to what happened in the spiritual light pagoda. When the students saw the arrival of that group of people, they couldn't help exclaiming in surprise. These people who were usually nowhere to be seen had actually come out. "Old Lu, which little fellow is making a ruckus?" The middle-aged man with Elder Lin placed his hands on his hips and shouted at Elder Lu of the spiritual light pagoda. Then he stared at the entrance of the spiritual light pagoda. "I'm asking a ghost. So many people enter the spiritual light pagoda every day. Previously, I asked you to research how to see what's happening in the spiritual light pagoda, but you didn't do it yourself." Elder Lu rolled his eyes, causing the middle-aged man to laugh loudly. He didn't ask anything else. "Do you think it's him? That little fellow who is ranked first on the devil rankings?" Elder Lin laughed as he stared at the others. "Ling Feng? That guy accepted a demigod-level mission and went out. I don't know if he's back yet. The 5th level of the spiritual light pagoda is purely a test of one's body and strength. Even if Ling Feng has the ability to kill a god, it can't prove that he could persevere for so long under the pressure of a godson. He even risked his life to pass the 4th level." "That's true, but I do hope to see Ling Feng appear." The group of elders chattered. Only Elder Lin and the other 3 were silently exchanging glances. No one knew what they were thinking in their hearts. As the thousands of people waited, time ticked by. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that a figure suddenly appeared behind the door. Everyone's eyes narrowed in shock as they stared intently at the figure. When Xian saw that figure, her heart pounded violently. Her jade-like hands were clenched tightly as she silently chanted in her heart, "Little star, you must not come out. If you come out now, you will be in big trouble." Everyone stared intently at the figure that was slowly walking out. They even held their breaths and stared intently. Then, the figure slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Why is it him? That was a skinny figure. He wore green clothes and had short hair that draped over his shoulders. His face was extremely handsome with a slightly sharp chin. From the side of his face, there was a strange feeling of laziness. It was as though he wasn't interested in anything. The 4th ranked on the devil ranking, Xian Yuan? Everyone exchanged glances as they sucked in a breath of cold air in their hearts. Those in the top 10 of the devil rankings were the true influential figures of the Far Light Academy. There were many new students in the surroundings, and they were even more shocked. However, what made them puzzled was that he was the one who passed the 5th stage of the Spirit Light Pagoda. Xian Yuan's aura is still at the peak of the devil rankings. An elder faintly said with a frown. Clearly, he didn't believe that Xian Yuan was the one who passed the 5th stage. Xian Yuan, who had just walked out of the Spirit Light Pagoda, slowly opened his eyes. When he saw the few thousand pairs of eyes staring at him with shock and doubt, he was stunned and almost jumped back. After calming down, he turned his gaze to the side and saw Chuan Mu and the rest. He couldn't help narrowing his eyes as he softly asked, "Brother Chuan, why are there so many people here?" "You're asking me. Shouldn't I be asking you this question? You scared me to death. You actually did something that even Shui Lingfeng couldn't do." Chuan Mu's eyes widened as he faintly glanced at Xian Yuan. He couldn't help but sigh. Seeing that the 4th ranked on the devil rankings had become so monstrous, he felt a great pressure. What do you mean?" Xian Yuan was stunned. He glanced at Chuan Mu before looking at the few thousand people in the surroundings. He was a little confused. "Don't say anything. Did you pass the 5th stage of the Spirit Light Pagoda?" Elder Lu rolled his eyes and asked. "5th stage? I've always been cultivating in the 2nd stage." Xian Yuan was baffled. What 5th stage? Why did he say something he couldn't understand after cultivating? Was he muddle-headed from his sleep? "It's not him. It's actually not him." "Didn't I say so?" Xian Yuan is only at the peak of the devil rankings. How could he pass the 5th stage? Hearing that, the surrounding people were startled again. Some were astonished, some sighed, while the majority of the elders heaved a sigh of relief. That scared them to death. They thought that this little fellow of the devil rankings had really passed the 5th stage. When Zian saw that the person who came wasn't Yin Nuashing, she also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, this sigh of relief didn't last for long. She felt a warm hand holding her palm, startling her. However, when she felt that familiar touch, she also relaxed. She turned her head, and as expected, she saw Yun Nuashing standing at the side, silently smiling at her. "Little star." Zian sweetly smiled, then quietly transmitted her voice. "You passed the 5th stage, right? How was it?" Yun Nuashing stared blankly. He didn't say anything. With a bitter smile, he helplessly shook his head and replied, "Little girl, you're so smart. You exhausted all your strength just after passing the 5th stage and didn't even reach the stairs of the 6th stage before coming out. It's very difficult, very difficult. The Spirit Light Pagoda sealed my divine tool, leaving me with less than 20% of my strength. Therefore, to be honest, I don't have the confidence to reach the 7th stage." Brother Yin, when did you come out?" Lin Xian, who was looking left and right out of boredom, saw Yun Nuashing and Zian laughing and talking about something. He couldn't help but stare blankly and ask, "I was here just a moment ago." "Oh, right after that person came out, I came out." Yun Nuashing smiled and pointed at Xian Yuan. As early as when he crushed the crystal before he came out of the Spirit Light Pagoda, he sensed a large amount of life energy outside. After the latter came out and attracted a lot of attention, he used the teleportation array to come to Zian's side. "Oh, you came out. How was it? Did you die instantly?" Chuan Mu also saw Yun Nuashing and laughed heartily, patting his shoulder with his palm-sized palm. "Sigh, don't mention it. This Spirit Light Pagoda is so abnormal. I didn't even reach half of the 1st stage before I crushed the crystal and came out. It hurt so much. Were those things condensed from light essence? TSK, that speed was terrible." Yun Nuashing showed a pained and speechless expression and started to complain. Hearing him, Chuan Mu, Zhong Songling, and the others smiled bitterly. "Although you have a war god command of the 9th step, you are still a 1st-rank demon. How could it not hurt?" You are only a first-rank demon, entering the Spirit Light Pagoda for the first time. It would already be pretty good if you could reach half of the first stage. Lin Xian patted his shoulder, consoling him. If he didn't connect him to that person who broke through the 5th step, he wouldn't have been able to connect them. Right. What is everyone doing here? Don't tell me there's something to eat? Yun Nuoxing blinked his beautiful big eyes and asked Zhong Songling and the others with a smile. Food! The 3 of them were speechless. Glancing at him, Chuan Mu said helplessly, there's a mysterious powerhouse in the Spirit Light Pagoda who broke through the 5th step. A strange phenomenon appeared in the Spirit Light Pagoda, and a pillar of starlight reached the sky, attracting everyone here. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing's heart skipped a beat, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, he was cautious and didn't walk out first in front of so many people. However, after thinking about it, even if he was the first to walk out, it didn't seem to be a big deal. He was just a first-rank demon. No one would believe that he could pass the 5th step that required the strength of a godson. Hearing their conversation, Elder Lu stroked his beard. He also didn't connect Yun Nuoxing with that mysterious student who broke through the 5th step. After all, the latter's strength was too low. Even if he had a war god command of the 9th step, it was still impossible for him to pass. Looks like he is still in the Spirit Light Pagoda. Stroking his beard, Elder Lu sighed. Let's go, we will go back first. It hurts so much. Yun Nuoxing grimaced in pain as he rubbed his waist. With a bitter smile, he waved his hand and said to Chuan Mu and the others, Wait a minute. Just as Yun Nuoxing was about to leave, a light voice rang out from behind him, causing him to stop. Turning his head, he saw Xian Yuan narrowing his eyes as he looked at him. He was stunned for a moment before he turned around and cupped his hands. Greetings, Senior. I wonder what's the matter. Xian also clenched her fists and glanced at Yun Nuoxing with unease. Only those who were familiar with him would dare to connect that person to Yun Nuoxing. Could it be that this person also saw through something? Xian, Yuan glanced at him and frowned. After that, he said a sentence that caused everyone to vomit blood. The new student ranked number 20 on the devil rankings. Are you a man or a woman? PFFF. Many people in the surroundings coughed out a mouthful of blood. Even those elders had black lines on their faces. You put on such a solemn expression just to ask this question. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. He couldn't help but roll his eyes and wanted to curse out loud. However, he still controlled his temper and cupped his hands as he softly replied, I'm a man, Senior Xian Yuan. Oh. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuan glanced at him and drew in a light breath. He glanced at Qin Wentian's flawless face a few more times before glancing at his body. After that, he asked, Since you are a man, why do you have to dress up like a woman? A vein popped out on Yun Nuoxing's forehead. He really wanted to use his right hand to grab Qin Wentian and hang him up in the air, slapping him while cursing. Damn, it's not my fault that I look like a woman. Forget it. Since you are a man, it's even easier to discuss. Your name, you don't have a name, right? Although I don't know what methods you use to get yourself ranked number 20 on the devil rankings. Since you are able to stand there, you should have the strength to prove it. Maybe one day I will look for you to spar. Xian Yuan glanced at him. After that, he calmly turned and walked out of the pagoda. That arrogant figure caused many people to have fear and worship in their eyes. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. He inclined his head and stared at the peak of the gigantic sword. After a while, he found Xian Yuan's figure. Ranked number 4 on the devil rankings. I request to be removed from the devil rankings. Yun Nuoxing helplessly covered his face. Chapter 6, 22. The thousands of students and elders present were nervously staring at the spiritual light pagoda. However, a publicly acknowledged expert ranked 4th on the devil rankings, as well as a new student ranked 20th on the devil rankings. A publicly acknowledged cheater walked out. It seemed that the two of them wouldn't be able to pass the 5th stage of the spiritual light pagoda, which caused many people to sigh and patiently wait. It was as though they had to see the true face of that person tonight. Seeing Xian Yuan leave, Yun Nuoxing sighed again and bid farewell to Chuan Mu and the rest. They planned to stay here and wait for the appearance of that person. When Yun Nuoxing found out about this, he rolled his eyes and walked towards the freshman area, wanting to go back and rest. However, before Yun Nuoxing and Zian could walk out, a figure appeared before them, or rather, appeared in the direction they were heading. Yun Nuoxing speechlessly raised his head, only to see a young lady dressed in a silver robe. The lady had a tall figure, and although her cheeks were slightly thin, her oval face was of rare beauty. Her skin was as white as snow, her brows were picturesque, and her hair was as smooth as silk. What was most surprising was that this lady's Mei-Mao was actually silver in color. Her silver eyes and ink-black hair clashed with her silver robe, causing her to emit a cold aura that kept people 1,000 miles away, giving people the feeling that they could only look at her from afar and not touch her. The gazes of the crowd also swept over to the lady dressed in silver robes, who had remained silent all this while. A trace of adoration flashed in their eyes, but it was quickly replaced by fear. Seeing that she had blocked Yun Nuoxing's path, some astonishment surged in their eyes, with some gloating in their eyes, thinking that she was going to find trouble with Yun Nuoxing. However, with so many elders present, there shouldn't be any trouble. At most, she would be beaten up. When Yun Nuoxing saw this lady, he was also slightly stunned, with admiration in his eyes. He quickly glanced at her before retracting his gaze. A silver robe, it made him think of Xian Yin. He wondered where that lass was now. A trace of reminiscence flashed in his eyes before returning to normal. Yun Nuoxing faintly smiled and said, "I wonder why Senior's sister Ding is looking for me?" Ding Mingyu wasn't surprised that he was able to recognize her in an instant. The devil rankings on the giant sword had the silhouettes of all the experts on it, and one would be able to remember them after seeing them twice. "I wish to test your strength." An indifferent and cold voice suddenly sounded out. Yun Nuoxing only saw the figure in front of him becoming slightly blurry. Holding on to Ziyan's right hand, he waved a gentle gust of wind to push her away. In the next moment, fire essence condensed in his right hand, and star energy also rapidly condensed. His evil spirit eye instantly opened, and after catching sight of Ding Mingyu's figure, his right hand that was burning with fire essence fiercely slapped towards her right hand. Bang! The oppressive slap brought about a gust of airwaves. Blazing flames and lightning interweaved, causing a gust of wind to blow, causing the large trees by the side to sway. Those gazes that were gathered on the spiritual light pagoda were startled and turned over. Seeing Ding Mingyu making a move against Yun Nuoxing, there are quite a few people who revealed gloating expressions. Is the overly arrogant freshman finally going to be taught a lesson? Looking at the situation below, the old students couldn't help laughing. However, after a brief moment, they saw that Yun Nuoxing hadn't retreated a single step, causing astonishment to flash across their eyes. He actually managed to block it. Everyone was dumbfounded. Ding Mingyu was an expert at the peak of the devil rank. Yet this freshman was actually able to block her without retreating a single step? However, after seeing the two hands that were stuck together, they were startled for a moment. Then many burning gazes that were filled with jealousy instantly shifted to the colorful-haired youth that caused them to gnash their teeth in anger. "This fellow, if you want to fight, then just fight. Why do you have to be so intimate?" Yun Nuoxing indifferently looked at the slender little hand that was touching his right hand. Seeing that Ding Mingyu had stopped, he said, "You're not fighting anymore?" Ding Mingyu glanced at him and retracted her little hand. Taking a step back, she said in a soft voice, "I'm not fighting anymore. It's just a test. I'm not as tasteless as some fellows who find trouble with freshmen." Hearing that, Yun Nuoxing was startled for a moment, before faintly smiling. Ding Mingyu's bright eyes stared closely at Yun Nuashing as she casually asked, "Do you have any intention of joining any forces?" Yun Nuashing was startled for a moment. After pondering for a moment, he gently shook his head and said with a smile, "For the time being, I haven't thought of joining any forces. I'm used to being alone and am not used to being in a crowded place, including the academy. I might choose to be an invisible person. However, the matter of you rushing up the rankings will attract a lot of trouble. I'm afraid you can't be an invisible person anymore, let alone two people rushing up the rankings." Ding Mingyu frowned slightly, glanced at Zian, and softly said, "This." Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched as he bitterly laughed. "Seems like it." Ding Mingyu quietly looked at Yun Nuashing with her bright eyes, then looked towards Chuan Mu and the others who were still standing at the entrance of the spiritual light tower. Her clear and cold voice slowly sounded, "Are you very familiar with Chuan Mu and the others?" "I can't say that I'm familiar with them, but I do know them. Their younger brothers are also new students. When I came in, I chatted with them for a bit. I felt that we could get along well, so I wanted to try getting along with them," Yun Nuashing said. Ding Mingyu's bright eyes trembled slightly when she heard this. Immediately, she gently inhaled a breath of air, as though she was gathering her courage. A moment later, her pretty eyes looked at him with determination as she softly said, "Rain Dream welcomes you to join us." Yun Nuashing was startled, as he did not expect that someone would invite him. He subconsciously wanted to refuse, but Ding Mingyu beat him to it and said, "Don't be in a hurry to answer. I can see that you don't like trouble and don't like to get involved in anything. So, what I mean is if there comes a day when you need help, you can come to our Rain Dream. I'll do my best." Yun Nuashing rubbed his cheeks and said with a bitter smile, "Senior sister, you can see that I'm very strange. Are you trying to sell me a favor? You're very smart and have great potential. So, perhaps there won't come a day when you'll be of use to me." Ding Mingyu nodded and said in a clear and cold voice, "Then, thank you, Senior Sister Ding." Hearing that, Yun Nuashing smiled and nodded. No matter what, she still wanted to rope him in, even though she knew that he was alone and weak. He did not know if she was just saying it, but on the surface, she was still someone he could make friends with. "Familiarize yourself with the academy. It will be time for you to perform in the freshman feast in 1.5 months. Junior brother, I'll go back first." Ding Mingyu lightly shook her head and bowed slightly to Yun Nuashing. Then she walked towards the forest, as if she did not care about the spiritual light pagoda. Nodding slightly, Yun Nuashing watched Ding Mingyu leave. He waited until her figure disappeared into the forest before he retracted his gaze. He felt his palm being held by a small and warm hand, so he turned his head. "Little star, have you taken a fancy to your senior sister?" Zian looked at him with a smile and fanned Mei Mao. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes at her. Holding her small hand, he walked towards the freshman area, leaving behind a group of jealous gazes that were about to ignite with fire. Yun Nuashing and Zian had just returned to the palace in the freshman area. They wanted to lie down on the bed and not move. However, not long after lying down, they heard a knock on the door from downstairs. This knock was gentle and rhythmic. It was not as strong as Dashin's knock in the morning. However, when it landed in Yun Nuashing's ears, it still made the veins on his forehead bulge. He abruptly jumped up from the bed. "Mother **her. Does our little palace have so many guests? They came in the morning, and now they come again. Can't they just lie down for a while?" Yun Nuashing cursed as he walked out of the room. He did not even put on his mask. Zian, who was lying on the bed and stretching her small waist, also pursed her red lips when she saw him walk out. She muttered under her breath and stood up lazily from the bed. Then she walked out with light steps, with a belly full of anger and displeasure. Yun Nuashing quickly walked to the front of the door and fiercely pushed the door open. Just as he was about to shout, he was startled when he saw the dozen or so people. Standing at the front was a young woman, dressed in a snow-white robe that wrapped around her exquisite and delicate body flawlessly. A golden crown-shaped headdress was neatly worn on her head, and her beautiful face was filled with a solemn expression. Her small red lips were slightly pursed, and her beautiful eyes were bright and full of expression. When she saw Yun Nuashing, she was also startled for a moment. Xian, who had just come down from upstairs, was also slightly stunned when she saw the person. Her jade-like hands covered her red lips, and there was an unconcealable surprise on her face. Jun Luo Yi? Mr. Yin? Yun Nuashing and the lady in the white dress spoke at the same time. The dozen or so people behind the ladder also widened their eyes in astonishment. Originally, they had recognized Xian on the devil rankings and wanted to pay her a visit today. Who would have thought? Silence. The air completely froze at this moment. The scene was frozen. At this moment, they were both stunned and surprised. A few minutes later, in the small palace, Yun Nuashing and Xian were brewing tea. Yi Yun and Jun Luo Yi were also helping by the side. After a few minutes, they sat down and took a sip of tea. Then, they heaved a long sigh of relief. Yun Nuashing placed the teacup down and placed his hands naturally on his lap. His colorful eyes looked around. When he saw that the people he brought from the mystic dragon continent were all safe and sound, he was slightly happy, especially when he saw that other than the profound Sky Sovereign and the others, the group of young people were still around. He was a little surprised. He originally thought that after bringing them to the myriad god world, they would all go their separate ways. He didn't expect that they would gather together and be inseparable. How have you been in the past 2 years? Have you adapted well? Life in the myriad god world. Yun Nuashing smiled. In the first half of the year, I've been running around in Xiaoguang City. I was very tired, but also very happy. It was only 2 years ago when I entered the Far Light Academy that I could be considered to have a firm foothold. Now, I've even created a faction called Mystic Dragon. After 2 years of development, many powerful old students have joined. Yi Daofeng lightly smiled. Yesterday, we heard that a new student had entered the devil rankings. We immediately recognized Sister Xian, but Brother Yin. Yi Yun rubbed her cheeks and couldn't help but let out a dry laugh. You can't recognize me, right? It's fine, I'm used to it. Yun Nuashing covered her face and smiled bitterly. She had also been reborn by the 7-colored Aurora Celestial Pond. She had also become more beautiful. Yin still had her original silhouette. Yun Nuashing, on the other hand, seemed to have changed his face and become a different person. Speaking of which, I have yet to formally thank you. Jun Luo Yi took a sip of tea and put down the teacup. Mei Mao stared at Yun Nuashing and smiled sweetly. She gracefully extended her lily-white hand and said with a smile, Mr. Yin, thank you for bringing us to see this wonderful world. If it weren't for us, perhaps you would have already arrived in the myriad god world. I only brought you along in passing. Yun Nuashing smiled and waved his hand. We didn't have much confidence that we could use that method to come here. Teacher said that a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. Even if it was just a casual gesture, we still have to thank you, Mr. Yin. Jun Luo Yi smiled faintly. After coming to the myriad god world, she seemed to have changed into a different person. In the past, Yun Nuashing had never seen her smile in the profound dragon continent. Seeing her insistence, Yun Nuashing also smiled faintly. He extended his hand and lightly grasped that jade-white hand. He smiled somewhat embarrassedly and said, Don't call me Mr. Yin. Just call me Nuashing, or whatever you like. Jun Luo Yi smiled and nodded. Speaking of which, after seeing so many experts in the myriad god world, I also know what kind of expert Big Brother Yin is. It makes me yearn for a higher realm even more. Yi Ding drank a mouthful of tea, then poured another cup for Yun Nuashing and Xian. He grinned and said, Forget it. let's not talk about me. I'm a very strange variable. I can't see the future, and I don't have a past to speak of. There's nothing worth talking about. At the mention of himself, Yun Nuoxing's expression became slightly gloomy. He was somewhat dispirited. He waved his hand and changed the topic. Jun Luo-yi and the others saw that his expression wasn't too good, and were somewhat astonished. However, as intelligent as she was, she didn't ask too much and very cooperatively changed the topic. Yun Nuoxing talked to Jun Luo-yi and the others about the matters of cultivation, and also shared his views of the myriad god world in the past few years. He really liked this group of people. From them he could feel a miracle. In a short 2 years, they had all broken through from the immortal rank to the devil rank. This kind of talent, even in the myriad god world, was top-notch. The group chatted, drank tea, and laughed heartily. They couldn't help but cry from homesickness. They messed around for an entire night and only left when dawn approached. Yun Nuoxing looked at this group of people and shook his head with a smile. Well, in any case, we're in the Far Light Academy. If there's time in the future, we'll meet again.